Was this, oh, this is, yes. Aloha, good evening. It is 5 p.m., Thursday, November 20th. Welcome to the regular board meeting of the Fairfield Unified School District. I'm calling the session to order. Ms. Garay, may we have a roll call, please?
President Patero.
Here.
Trustee Flynn.
Here.
Trustee Tilley.
Here.
Trustee Duarte.
Here.
Trustee Eusebio.
Here.
Trustee Hunley.
Here.
Trustee Wilson.
Here.
Thank you, Ms. Garay. May we have a motion to approve the agenda?
Approval. Second.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Thank you, Dr. Tilley, for the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Item 1C, the board will adjourn to closed session for discussion and possible action on matters of student discipline, negotiations, litigation, public employment, and employee discipline, dismissal, or release. Are there any public comments for closed session, Madam Clerk?
There are, Madam President. The first is Angela Alanis Ramirez on item 1D.
You have the floor.
It's in the middle.
Señora, 6 minutos for your public comments, eh? Because she has a translator? Six because she has a translator? Oh. Señora, you have the floor.
Buenas tardes a todos, superintendente, presidenta y consejero. Yo me llamo Ángela. Hoy en este día estoy aquí por el estudiante, a favor del estudiante del caso número 12. Un día él tomó una decisión incorrectas como todos. Hasta a veces tenemos la decisión de escoger malas influencias, pero he mirado hoy un nuevo estudiante que prepara cosas, pero creo que él ha tomado la decisión de estar en la escuela con un cambio y ser un buen estudiante y que quiere cambiar en lo mejor para él y para la comunidad, como yendo a consejería de terapia de buen comportamiento y está asistiendo a la Iglesia Manantial de Vida con estudios bíblicos, y el pastor Eric Jaramillo y esposa Imelda Jaramillo han mirado un buen comportamiento del estudiante y dice que está arrepentido. Y yo, Ángela, lo voy a apoyar para que ponga de su parte. Atentamente, Ángela Alanis y Amelia Mesa, mamá, y pidiendo un favor muy grande, que presten más atención para los estudiantes. Aquí tengo unas cartas del pastor donde él está asistiendo a la iglesia y trae muy buenas recomendaciones porque él está luchando para ser un buen líder en la comunidad de Fairfield.
Good afternoon, Superintendent, Board President, and Board. My name is Angela. Today I am here to speak in favor of the student in case number 12. One day he made a bad decision and did things that are wrong, just like we all sometimes make bad decisions and have bad influences. But today I have seen a new Aaron, who I believe is going through very difficult times. he has made the decision to be in school, committing to a change to be a good student who wants to do what is best for himself and the community, such as going to counseling and behavioral therapy and attending the church Manantial de Vida with Bible studies with Pastor Eric Jaramillo and his wife Imelda Jaramillo. They have seen good behavior, and Aaron says he is remorseful. I am going to support him so that he does his part. Sincerely, Angela Alanis and Amelia Mesa, mother of Aaron. Finally, I am asking for a big favor. Please pay more attention to the students. And I also have a letter with great recommendations from the pastor, Eddie Jaramillo.
Thank you.
Gracias, señora.
Hi. I do have a question. I have tres requests to speak. One of them is for Kristen Miles. Kristen Miles is here. You're going to be speaking separately, is that right? Okay, and then I have two from Senora Ramirez. Dos?
I don't know who they are.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, I see that there's one. Great, so our next speaker will be Kristen Miles.
Ms. Miles, you have the floor. Would you mind turning that little button, press that button? Yes, until it turns green. Thank you.
Better? Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm here in regards to case 11 for my child. My name is Kirsten Miles. I am here just to say on behalf of my child that in regards to this specific situation, my child was a victim. The actions that followed were definitely a mistake on his end, that he is at home living up to 100%. He's been out of school since this situation has happened. I think it's called Green Valley, just a few days ago reached out to try to get him started there, which I believe is ridiculous because this child has an IEP in place. He should have been in school. He should have had access to academics within, the same week that all of these incidences took place. My child has been turned from a victim and turned into a villain in this situation. I will also like to state for the record that no charges have been filed against my child by the district from the county. They have forwarded him to a diversion program because this is a child who does not get in trouble. I have a meeting with them December 5th on his behalf, and he just wants to get back in school. He's been very depressed since he's been sitting at home. He's had a lot of regression academically. I can see it. I've been trying to work with him a lot hands-on to try to get him back on track. But definitely sitting at home for him has not been doing very well for him. This is not someone who benefited from social distance learning. He benefits from hands-on learning. And right now, he's not benefiting from anything. The disciplinary actions that anyone can give this child will never supersede the ones that I can give him at home. This is my child. I'm 100% accountable for him. He made a mistake because he did not trust in his mother and his father. And he made a mistake because he did not trust in the school staff who failed him on multiple occasions. He's been attacked at this school on multiple occasions. They have failed to reach out to me on multiple occasions, including this one. Before the school reached out to me, I was on campus addressing the principal and all staff there. They never called, nor have they ever forwarded any videos that I've requested, nor have they ever followed up to apologize to my child for failing him. They have a bigger issue at this school, and it is not my child. So I'm here to advocate for him and for all children who are suffering in the same situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miles.
And I believe the last speaker is on item 1D, Angela Alanis Ramirez. That's not you. Todos, you're finished? All right, well then, I am a little bit confused, I apologize. I have, yes, I did have two. It's a duplicate, that was what I was trying to confirm. There are no further public speakers, Madam President, thank you.
Ms. Miles, as Dr. Duarte mentioned to Ms. Ramirez, the board doesn't respond to public comments. Thank you so much. On that note, we will adjourn to closed session. Welcome, everybody. Aloha ahi ahi. Good evening and welcome to the Fairfield Institute Unified School District Governing Board on this Thursday, November 20th, 2025. Principal Mansour, would you kindly lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you, Principal Mansour. Madam Superintendent, may we have a report from closed session, please?
Yes, thank you. President Patero, under student discipline, the board received information. Under item 2, conference with labor negotiators, the board received information. On existing litigation, case number 1, the board gave direction to staff. Case number 2, the board received information. Under anticipated litigation, case number 1, the board gave direction to staff. Under anticipated litigation number 2, the board received information, and there was no employee discipline, dismissal, or release, and there is nothing to report from closed session.
Well, in terms of my President's report, we have lots of recognition, so I'm going to on recognitions, allow our staff to provide all of the recognitions in lieu of time, and so therefore, I want to wish everybody happy holidays before our next week off, and on that note, Madam Superintendent, if you would give us your report.
Okay. Thank you, and good evening, trustees, as well as our community who is here with us tonight and possibly listening from home. We have several engaging informational presentations on our agenda this evening, so I will keep my remarks short. I really do want to recognize, as I start off, about our longstanding partnership with the Children's Network of Solano County, who supports our Parent Leadership Training Institute. And I believe this evening we have a couple participants in the audience. Wherever you are, welcome. We are glad you're here, and I hope you are very engaged with what the topics that we're going to be talking about tonight. I'd like to also recognize our 17 mid-year graduates. We had, absolutely, I think that's worth a round of applause. We had a wonderful event. Thank you, secondary team, for putting it together at the fantastic Kroc Center, where they were celebrated. It was just a wonderfully warm evening, and they met a significant milestone in their life. And we were just so proud of them then, and we're so proud of them now. So congratulations. I always like to start off with our local control accountability goals, and that's how I organize my report. But I think it's important to recognize we've been in school for 69 days. And if there's somebody in the audience who wants to correct me on that, I did ask a kindergarten teacher, so they always know how many days. So if they got it wrong, I'm not going to tell you who they are, but 69 days. We utilize this document, this graphic, to hopefully be able to easily explain our board and our district priorities. We share this widely so folks have an idea about the different areas of focus and why we utilize our resources in different ways. And I was very happy to receive from 2 board members, our 2 CSBA delegates, that there were questions not only about how we're utilizing our funding, but how we were communicating about our LCAP widely and how we were ensuring to make, or helping to ensure that our community were involved in that conversation. Under our goal 1, the California dashboard, I'm not going to go into too much detail because this is actually something, a presentation's on the agenda later. But I just want folks to understand that our district, as well as every district in the state of California, that there are many different indicators that we take a look at. And it's not just how all of our students are doing in graduation, chronic absenteeism, suspension, but we break it down by student groups. We break it down by student program. And we keep an eye on all of these different colors, and the team is skilled at digging into each of these boxes to determine why did we go up, so we can learn from those schools and those experiences, as well as why did we lose ground in learning from those experiences as well. When we don't move forward significantly through the colors. So if we don't have enough growth in order to move from red to orange, orange to yellow, over several years for the same student group, then it causes a district to be identified as a district in need of district assistance. And I share that because Fairfield Sassoon is a district that's been identified in need of district assistance. And I say that because what it does is allow us opportunities and extra support from the California Coalition for Educational Excellence, as well as our Solano County Office of Education, which allows us to learn from these different groups in order for us to improve. Just to put it into context, we are not alone being on this list. At last count, 418 districts in the state of California fall into a particular district assistance category, which equates to roughly about 43% of the districts in our state. So I know at the state level, they are taking a look at, are we utilizing the right metrics in order to measure student success? And so as additional information comes out about that and where we are in that process, I will certainly share that with the board and the community. Again, under Goal 1, a high-quality education for all. It's critically important that we reinforce skills in reading, math, and critical thinking for all of our students K-12, and we do that in a variety of different ways. And one of the ways is we really focus on career technical education. And this was information that was shared by our secondary office, that our high schools are offering CTE courses, all of our high schools, Armio, Fairfield, Rodriguez, PSA. Our middle schools offer different types of programs to support career technical education. Our high school students enrolled over 1,600 in grades 9 through 12. Pathway completers, which means that they took an introductory course in a particular career area, they took a secondary course, they passed them, they moved on. They are considered our completers. So for school year 24-25, over 1,200. Industry certifications earned, over 250. Now, what are these certifications, you might ask? Adobe Certified Professional, Patient Care Technician, Animal Science Fundamentals, Bleeding Control First Aid, CPR, Food Handler Certification, and many, many more. These are ones that are only very engaging for the students, but they will help these students be more employable if they decide to go to work after they finish these. They're also resume builders. So we are so impressed by the different certifications that our school district offers, and I believe it makes our district very unique. We have dual enrollment college credits earned. 126 students were not only earning high school, but college credit. CTSO membership is how do we build student leaders. These are co-curricular student leadership organizations that really are aligned to our CTE pathways that really support student leadership opportunities. And one that comes to mind is FFA, which are Future Farmers of America, as well as a variety of others. And the last one is work-based learning participation, where we really connect and partner with our business and our industry and our employers in the area to make sure that those work-based learning experiences for our students are rigorous, and they are ones that they can really take a look at and experience things that they may lead them down a path to a profession in the future. Well, as we're focusing on social and emotional learning, I just want to remind everybody that our California School Climate, Health, and Learning surveys are out. These are surveys that we ask staff, students, as well as families to complete. They are links on our website. They are due December 5th. We are hoping to get all of that data in so then it can be utilized during the remaining part of the school year for different purposes. And I just really want folks to know that really these surveys are really focused on how are our staff, parents, and students feeling connected? How are they feeling safe? How are they feeling supported? It talks a bit about the climate of our schools. Are the families feeling like they are able to volunteer, that their input is taking? You know, how are we strengthening partnerships? That is something that, again, is on our website for additional information, as well as a mental health support through Care Solace is also a link on our website they wanted to highlight. This is a difficult time of year, the holidays coming up for some folks. And we don't want to lose sight of that and just assume that it is rainbows and unicorns as folks are looking at the holiday season coming up. So we do have different supports available. This is 24/7. It's confidential. There's a link to it on our website, but also wanting to let employees know that we do have an employee assistant program that is also available. I believe our human resources has a link on our website. So if anybody is feeling they need extra support in order to make sure that they are handling things that are possibly traumatic or crisis or anxiety or anything, that we do have a variety of resources. So just wanted to make sure folks are aware of that. Staff recruitment and retention. Yes, it is almost December 1st. We are still in November, but we continue to recruit and try to retain folks, and we do that a variety of different ways. We have signed 5 contracts for teachers for the 26-27 school year already, and we're going to continue to identify folks to bring onto our team and really welcome them, so they are excited about welcoming our students for fall of 26. Currently, however, we not only provide our own professional development and training, but we are involved in a county SELPA. It's a special education group that works together. We have different school districts we partner with, Benicia, Dixon, Travis, Vacaville, as well as the Solano County Office of Ed. So they themselves provide us very targeted training for our students in inclusivity. How do we engage with students around IEPs? How to really build up our skill set so we can then engage not only with our young people, but with each other and different adults in high quality and very productive ways. So you're going to see we've got things about how to manage your work and life, which is really about kind of self-care, as well as crucial conversations. How do you have tough conversations in such a way that we can be very productive moving forward, as well as a variety of different topics. So I don't ever want to forget the SELPA as being a partner in our training and our workshops. That's our free. Thank you to everybody that attended our Anna Kyle ribbon cutting yesterday. Trustee Flynn did a wonderful job welcoming. Kindergarten classrooms are incredible. They're amazing. Our buildings, there's some pictures of them down below. And this was due to the generosity of our citizens in our community that voted for Measure S. It was a bond that allows us to upgrade and modernize our facilities. And it's all about the young people that joined us. We had their own cheerleaders from Anna Kyle. They were amazing. And I think also who I'd like to highlight, there are 3 gentlemen in that picture where we're standing there in front of the ribbon. And they are the 3 great nephews of Anna Kyle. So Anna Kyle's no longer with us, but the family, they were so touched to be able to come and spend this afternoon with us. They walked through this beautiful facility, and they even gave to the school a bell. And it was Anna Kyle's bell that she would ring when she was on campus and engaging with our young people when she was a staff member there. So it was a very heartwarming experience, which really does support school climate and culture in FSUSD. So again, thank you very much to all of you that voted for Measure C and to our facilities team. And I got such a nice email from HMC Architects that said, "We sincerely appreciate the opportunity to work with your team. Paul, Rachel, and Marina were exceptional partners throughout the entire process." So thank you to everybody that really leaned in to make sure that this project became a reality.
I want to clap.
Oh. Correct. At budget, that's right, that's right. Our facilities team, I would put them up against any team. So there was a couple engaging activities that have occurred this last week. FSUSD shows up and shows out. We had our 2025 Fairfield Fire Department Youth Academy, which 21 students went through, and they were all FSUSD students, I believe. And I really want to highlight Dr. Sheila McCabe that was really shepherding this project, making sure these students came and even took individuals the day of, making sure they got there. They were properly dressed with closed-toe shoes, right, Sheila? Closed-toe shoes. They were involved in all sorts of different types of stations, physical fitness, the presentation on how to be a firefighter, hands-on things, a live simulation of a live fire response. So it was just something where they received certificates, and some of these individuals are very interested in being part of the Explorers moving forward. So we were very excited to partner with Fairfield Fire Department on that. And then below the Tournament of Champions, we have Rodriguez, as well as the Scarlet Brigade from Fairfield High School representing this last weekend. And thank you to staff members that attended, as well as Board Member Tilly. I believe you were there. You sent me some great photos. It was great. It was a wonderful event from what I heard. And there's nothing like seeing a group of students with a bagpipe walking down the street. That's not an often thing you see. Maybe the Thanksgiving Day parade, but it's pretty exceptional how we represented last Saturday. So thank you to everybody that supported that effort. And in closing, this is a very busy time of year. Again, wanting to highlight our mid-year graduation. We had one of our young people, our graduates, really overcome in the moment and really wanting to capture that. We're finishing elementary conference week, so that's been very busy for our teachers who have been sitting down with parents and sharing about how their young people were doing. Shout out to all of our substitutes. It's Substitute Teacher Appreciation Day tomorrow. We have our fall break coming up. We will all be together in community the week after the fall break at CSBA. It's our California School Board Association conference, so we're kept very busy for those 4 days. And we're going to be representing our district at the Golden Bell Awards, where early college, will be recognized with a special award. We have our teacher induction that is having an accreditation visit December 8th through 10th, which is a huge, huge and very rigorous process to make sure that we are properly doing what we need to do in order to get people credentialed. We have our Special Olympics partnering with us for our adaptive PE basketball event at Armio High School. We have our next board meeting, our organizational meeting, on December 18th, and then winter break. And with all of that, I would like to echo, I hope everybody has a wonderful break next week, and please take time to restore, take time to spend time with families, and I do truly appreciate everybody's attention and for being here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. We're on to item 4A. Ms. Polk, would you join me on the side, please? Okay, it's time for us to recognize our amazing students. May we have Ms. Laiba Khan, please. Come on up, young lady. Can I brag about you first? Okay. So let me tell you. So, Ms. Laiba Khan is a 5th grader from Cleo Gordon Elementary School, and she has been selected as one of the district Students of the Month for November 2025. Laiba is one of the most dedicated and responsible student leaders at Cleo Gordon Elementary School. Laiba is a hardworking student who is always willing and ready to help her peers. She maintains strong focus in her studies and actively seeks guidance to deepen her understanding during lessons. With a creative mind and impressive critical thinking skills, Laiba demonstrates true leadership through kindness and perseverance. She gives her best every day, helps classmates grasp challenging material, and brings a positive spirit to both the classroom and her school community. We congratulate you, Ms. Khan, for being honored tonight as one of the District Students of the Month for November. Would you like to say a few words? Here we go. Hang on one second. You got to see that.
Superintendent Sanchez, Board President Pedro, and esteemed board members, I want to thank you for this great honor. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank my peers, my teacher, and my parents for helping me be a good student. All of these people have contributed to my success. During my time at Cleo Gordon Elementary School, I have learned what it means to be a good leader in the 5th grade. I feel proud of myself because I'm Student of the Year at Cleo Gordon Elementary. It is only possible because of my wonderful teachers who guided me and helped me to achieve my goals all these years. In the future, I know I will continue treating everyone with respect and kindness, and I hope to go to college and have a great career. Thank you again for this great honor.
And a huge shout out to the Cleo Gordon team for your support of this scholar. Thank you so much.
It literally takes a community to raise a child, right? Wow, Ms. Khan, look at all of your support. May we have Aubriella Perry come on up, please?
This picture looks so bad. Oh my god.
What happened? This picture looks so bad.
It's fantastic. I'm going to brag about you for a second. Ms. Aubriella Perry, a fifth grader from Dano Roots Elementary School, has been selected as one of the District Students of the Month for November 2025. Aubriella is a shining example of dedication and leadership. As a student leader and safe school ambassador, she consistently supports her peers with kindness and enthusiasm. Her compassion and willingness to help others make her a valued member of the school community. Aubriella stands out for her talent and creativity. She lights up the stage during the school's talent shows and dreams of one day appearing on the big screen. And you know you can do this because Jessica Chastain, who's an Academy Award winner, I competed against her, so she can, you can too. Okay? Future Academy Award winner. We are so proud to recognize Aubriella for her outstanding contributions and achievements. We congratulate you, Aubriella, for being honored tonight as the District Students of the Month for November and Future Academy Award winner. You have the floor, young lady. You want to stand up here?
Hello and good evening, Superintendent Sachs, Board President Patero, governing board members, and members of the community. My name is Aubriella Perry, and I am proud to represent Dano Route 2 Elementary School. As Maya Angelou stated, my mission in life is not merely to survive, but to thrive, and to do so with some passion, some compassion, some humor, and some style. This quote speaks to me how I want to approach my education. It is not about doing the bare minimum, but about putting real effort into the subjects, showing support and compassion to others who might be struggling, keeping a sense of humor when things get tough, and adding my own style to everything I do. With the support I am getting from my family, teachers, and principal, I am growing into the person who's ready to face the world with purpose. It is about being full of life, not stress and due dates. That is a mindset I want to carry with me through school and beyond. Thank you for your time, and thank you for choosing me to represent Dano Route 2 as the District Student of the Month for November 2025.
And thank you to the entire Dano Route team for everything you do for our scholars. Thank you.
Okay. If
If I can please welcome up Amir Scott. Amir Scott, an 8th grader from David Weir Preparatory Academy, has been selected as one of the district's Student of the Month for November 2025. Amir is one of the most dedicated and inspiring students at David Weir Preparatory Academy since he's joined us. Amir's drive and sense of responsibility has stood out. In the 7th grade, students were instructed to complete their physical and home campus forms for sports. While most were just beginning the process, Amir had already completed his physical and assured us that his home campus would be submitted the next day, and it was. That moment perfectly captured the qualities that define him: prepared, driven, and responsible. Amir is a bright, dedicated, and good-humored scholar who balances focus and fun, making him a joy to teach. A natural leader, he inspires positivity and encourages peers to handle challenges with grace and action. Resilient and compassionate, Amir faces adversity with strength and kindness, truly representing the best of David Weir students. We congratulate you, Amir, for being honored as tonight's Student of the Month for November.
Good evening, Superintendent Sachs, FSUSD Governing Board, teachers, staff, family, and friends. It's an honor to receive this award. First, I want to thank my mother, father, and my Nana for the love and support they have shown me throughout my life. I thank them for teaching me how the world is and how to survive in it. I want to thank my teachers for helping me throughout my time here at David Weir. Miss Miner, my 7th grade teacher, has taught me many things. Miss Miner is very strong, and she has taught me to be strong and a leader. I'm thankful for that. Thank you, Miss Miner, for playing a big role in my life. Miss Rogers, my homeroom teacher, has taught me to work hard and never give up, and she keeps going no matter what. She guides us to be great and treats everyone the same. Thank you, Miss Rogers, for playing a big role in my life. Last but not least, I want to thank my coach, who has been there for my athletic career. He has always pushed me to be better and has always supported me. Thank you all to David Weir staff for choosing me for this honor. It means a lot to me. I made my family proud. Thank you.
Thank you, David Weir, for everything you've done for Amir and the other students under your care.
If I can please welcome up Gwendolyn Sabio. Gwendolyn Sabio, an 8th grader from Virtual Academy of Fairfield Sassoon, has been selected as one of the district's Student of the Month for November 2025. Gwen has been an outstanding student at Virtual Academy since its opening 6 years ago, constantly serving as a role model in all areas of school life. She demonstrates a remarkable dedication to academic excellence while also leading as president of the Student Council and member of both the Virtual Academy Art Club and Newsletter Club. Beyond our school, Gwen has extended her leadership to the district level. Serving for the second year as a member of the Student Advisory Council, her strong leadership combined with her kindness, authenticity, and drive reflects the depth of her character. Outside of Virtual Academy, Gwen enjoys drawing, reading, and playing video games. She is interested in exploring psychology and coding further. While she plans to attend a four-year university and is still considering her options for a college major, there is no doubt that she will excel in whatever path she chooses. We congratulate you, Gwendolyn, for being honored tonight as one of the district's Student of the Month for November. Congratulations.
Good evening, Superintendent Sachs, Board President Botero, Governing Board, and community members. My name is Gwendolyn Sabio, and it is a wonderful privilege to have been chosen as one of FSUSD's District Student of the Month. I want to start off by thanking all of the teachers that have taught me throughout my years of being at Virtual Academy. They have all greatly supported me in my education and have played a vital role in shaping the student I am today. I also want to thank Ms. Hutchinson and all of the staff at Virtual Academy for making my school an amazing place to learn. I'm very grateful for them creating an environment where all students can thrive. Last, but certainly not least, I would like to thank my friends and family who have always believed in me. Their encouragement has been the fuel that has kept me going, and I couldn't imagine where I would be without them. Once again, thank you so much for choosing me to be one of the district's Student of the Month.
Thank you to the entire Virtual Academy group. I think everyone on the screen was here at the meeting tonight, so thank you.
Congratulations, honoree. Item 4B, recognition of the invaluable contributors to the Inspire Dream Start Now event. Ms. Kristen Witt, Senior Director of Secondary Education, you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you. I would actually like to welcome up with me all of the amazing vendors and sponsors of the Inspire Dream Start Now event. Because I wasn't able to check everyone in, I'm going to read the businesses, and if you are here representing them, please come up. The Fairfield Sassoon Chamber of Commerce, Salvation Army Kroc Community Center, Medic Ambulance, Solano County Office of Education, Shiloh Wind Farms, Republic Services, North Bay Healthcare, and Dutch Bros Coffee. Good evening, Superintendent Sachs, Board President Botero, members of the board, colleagues, and community members. I'm honored tonight to recognize the businesses and community partners who made our 8th grade Inspire Dream Start Now event such a success. Our middle school students are beginning to imagine their futures, set goals, and dream big. But experiences like this don't just happen. They happen because our community believes in these students and invests in their success. I'd like to acknowledge some of the incredible partners who helped make this event possible. The Fairfield-Sassoon Chamber of Commerce provided funds for our event setup. They've been a supportive partner time and time again. The Salvation Army Kroc Community Center not only hosted the event, but helped with coordination, showing their continued commitment to our students. Medic Ambulance made sure every student received a duffel bag and also participated as an exhibitor, giving students a glimpse into their world. Solano County Office of Education and Shiloh Wind Farms generously helped with transportation, making it possible so that our students from across the district were able to attend the event. Republic Services contributed to the event setup and joined us as an exhibitor, while North Bay Health and Dutch Bros Coffee took care of our staff and exhibitors with lunches and breakfast items, because sometimes supporting students starts with the care of the adults around them. Thanks to all of you, our students were able to engage in workshops, meet inspiring speakers, and imagine the possibilities for their own futures. But beyond the event itself, your support sends a powerful message. The community believes in these young people, and they are not alone on their journey. On behalf of our students, staff, and entire school community, thank you for your generosity, your partnership, and your belief in our students' dreams. You are helping them take the first steps toward achieving them. Thank you. And I do have certificates for each of them, but we also have a short video to show because some of them were unable to be there, and all of you in the audience may not have participated, and we wanted you to have a glimpse into what the day is actually like for our students. And photo now with the governing board.
Thank you, Ms. Witt, and congratulations to all of our honorees. Our Briella has lines to go practice, and everybody needs to go have dinner because I have school tomorrow. So have a wonderful evening. You're welcome to stay, but you can leave if you so choose. Congratulations. Briella, I'm going to see you on the big screen, girl.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Yes. Congratulations again, Ms. Khan. We are on item 5, public comment. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make speeches that are not on the board agenda and speeches not to exceed 3 minutes. All items on public comment will be taken into consideration by the board superintendent and staff. If you have not yet completed this green sheet, please go ahead and complete that and turn it over to Ms. Summers or Ms. Gray on the side. Do we have any public speakers, Madam Clerk?
We do, Madam President. There are 3. The first is, I believe, Dr. April Harris. Dr. April Harris, PhD.
Dr. Harris, you have the floor. Go ahead and press that button. When it turns green, you can speak. There you go.
Good evening, board members. My name is Dr. Harris. I hold a PhD in Cultural Foundations of Education from Syracuse University, as well as a master's and bachelor's degrees from Sonoma State University. I entered the field of education after a career-ending accident in law enforcement, and I was determined to serve students who are often overlooked, including those with disabilities and from marginalized communities. I will share with you this evening my perspective on 2 points of interest to me. First, I am a former employee of FSUSD. I served as a longtime substitute at Dano Route 2 Health and Wellness Academy, and last year I served as the resource specialist at Nelda Mundy. From the start, I made my goal clear to fill a critical need ensuring IEP compliance for your district while preparing to transition into a health and wellness role. Unfortunately, my experience at Nelda Mundy was marked by harassment, bullying, and discrimination, leading to a uniform complaint filed reluctantly against Julie Smith, their principal. In spite of the treatment at Nelda Mundy, I continued to grow, with, in the last year, earning 3 certifications in health and wellness, one including trauma-informed care through the Healing Center engagement, the second through HCI as a certified wellness coach, 2nd level, and a third as a mindful teacher certification through an international institute. And now I'm working on a 4th in healing and spirituality. Yes, my expertise has been dismissed here. And since filing that uniform complaint, I have experienced retaliation and non-payment equivalent to about a month worth of overtime spent ensuring student success and systemic legal compliance for children with IEPs enrolled in FSUSD. Second, I would like to share with you as a grandparent my experience. My granddaughter has been bullied for more than 2 years attending schools in this district. This year, her antagonist was caught with a gun in his backpack. After assaulting her and broadcasting his impeding assault to her brother, the student remained on campus while my grandchildren have been denied multiple.
Your time is up.
I'm so sorry,
Dr.
your 3
Harris.
minutes have concluded, so thank you.
Is submitted.
The next speaker is Cassandra Ruiz.
Ms. Ruiz, you have the floor.
Push the button.
You can leave, it was already green. You can go ahead and press it to the screen. There you go.
Good evening. My name is Cassandra Ruiz, and I'm here as a parent who simply wants a safe learning environment for my children at Cleo Gordon. At the start of the school year, my 8-year-old daughter told me she was being bullied by another student during recess and lunch. I don't understand how this keeps happening when adults are supposed to be supervising. The last incident before I withdrew my children from school happened when my son tried to defend his sister. The bully told my son he was going to slap her. A chase ensued, and my son lost his shoes, which were thrown into a sink of water. My son was the one who called me from the office and reported the incident, not the staff. When I came to the school, I tried several times to meet with the principal and was told she was in meetings while waiting. I overheard the staff talking about a student who brought a pellet gun to school and had slapped a girl. That girl was my daughter. I was never notified by the school. The same child had already attacked my daughter before, pushing her and causing her to hit her head on the concrete. I want to know where is the safety and accountability. I've tried everything to protect my kids. I moved at the end of the last school year, applied for a transfer to another school, just 1 block from my home, enrolling in online schools, and even contacting the virtual academy. Both online programs have waiting lists, and my transfer was denied multiple times. As a single mother of 3, one with autism, I'm doing everything I can, keeping my children safe, and ensure that they get adequate education. But I shouldn't have to fight this hard for basic safety and respect. I'm asking for the district to take these concerns seriously and protect our children. Thank you.
The next speaker is Allegra Taylor. I'd be happy to. Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Then the next speaker is Cairo Ruiz Harris.
Good evening. My name is Carl Ruiz Harris. I am in the 5th grade at Cleo Gordon Elementary. At the start of the school year, everything was going fine until a little boy started calling my sister names and threatening her. A week later, she told me and my mother that the boy was hitting her at recess. I asked my sister's teacher if I could help in her classroom to see what was going on. I did have plenty of opportunities to help her in her class. One day on next September, the 5th grade bathroom was shut down, and we had to use the 3rd and 2nd grade bathroom. I saw the boy, and he said he was going to slap my sister. I chased him, and my shoe fell off. He picked it up and threw it into water. After that, I told my teacher, and she suggested I go to the office, and I called my mom. My mother pulled us out for independent study when she discovered the boy had a pellet gun. We stayed out for almost a month, and when we returned, the boy began harassing my sister again. My sister said she does not feel safe at the school. I feel upset because my sister was being hurt and the boy was still doing the same stuff. Why should the good students be punished and have to leave school while the bullies are able to keep doing what they say. Keep doing what they do at school uninterrupted. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, sir.
And the next speaker is Allegra Taylor.
Turn it off? Oh, I did. Sorry. So I'm Allegra Taylor, CEO and co-founder of the Village Advocates. I'm also the advocate for this single mom's children, and I'm also a support for Dr. Harris. In reading your own policy regarding bullying, there are steps here that appears that have not been taken for this student. I also am aware of the fact that she has brought this to the attention of her administration and nothing has been done. When bullying goes unsolved, what it does is it makes that child out to be a target. Then the other kids begin the bullying. Next thing you know, you've got a problem that's stretched out and you've got a bigger brother that's gonna come in and protect. And was not resolved. It was unaddressed. When a parent brings to the attention to the administration about something that's going on with their student, they're expecting some action and policies here. These policies that you're supposed to be operating in and you're not. Let me go a little bit deeper. In the political climate that we're in the United States today, it is unacceptable that you go not addressing bullying. That's just the first step. The next thing you know, you'll have riots and kids getting jumped and parents getting involved and stuff like that. We don't want that. So handle it at the level in which you should. Abide by your own policies, because that's not happening right now. And as Dr. Harris was reading, she said, this is unacceptable. She said she's standing here not angry, but in her own truth. She knows her truth by what she's living with her grandkids, and she knows her truth by what she's worked in this district. She said she asked this district to protect the students and the staff, to honor its own policies, and to embrace wellness-centered leadership that reflects equity, safety, and accountability in all levels. Unfortunately, and as she stood here, and with the new nomenclature, I'm not sure what that word is, to add to her experience, she was a whistleblower. So when you have unresolved issues in your district and people bringing them to your attention and you're not doing anything about it, this is when you have people come to the district board and put it on the record. So we're here today to put on the record that bullying is unresolved in this district. It's unresolved in this state. Bullying is against the law in the state of California, and me as an advocate for this family, where I'm expecting this board to do something about the bullying in the city of Sacramento. I'm sorry, that's where I'm from, in the city of Fairfield. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any more public speakers?
I'm going to leave this copy
With Mr. Whittemore to you, oh, here.
We'll make sure the board.
Thank you, ma'am.
Appreciate that.
There are no further public speakers this evening.
Okay. Thank you very much, and we're moving on to consent calendar. I have been asked to pull items 10P, that's 10P as in Peter, 10S as in Sam, and 10W from the consent calendar. So may we have a motion to approve the consent calendar minus 10P, 10S, and W, which we will address individually. May we have a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Tilley. May we have a second?
A second.
Thank you, Dr. Duarte. May we have a vote, Ms. Polk?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Right on. Okay, let's go to 10P, and that would be either Mr. Wilson or Dr. Tilley had
Approval.
requested that. For 10P. Yes. Either, I believe it was you, Mr. Wilson, that wanted to pull item 10P.
Yeah, so Vice President Plin interrupted with a motion before either Mr. Wilson or myself could respond.
I'm not
Looks like
entertaining a
you're-
motion at this moment.
Thank you. Okay, please, if you wouldn't, Mr.
Mr. Wilson, would you like to share with us 10P specifically?
Are we, not a motion?
You'd pull 10P. We've
Yes.
passed the consent
I
calendar.
asked for
so
this item to be pulled.
Yes, yes.
so that we could consider it. Now, I'm not used to discussing without a motion. May I make a motion?
You may make a motion.
I
believe
move
I
that
made a
we
motion first, and I would
not-
like...
I did not entertain a motion, sir. I'm waiting for Mr. Wilson, who asked to pull it, so since he wanted to pull the item from the consent calendar,
Okay.
he gets to make a motion.
And since item P, 10P, I would like to move that we not approve item 10P.
What is your motion? Oh, so we'll make a motion to not approve 10P.
Yes.
May we have a second, please?
I'll second.
Dr. Tilley, may we have some discussion? Mr. Wilson?
Yes. I'm on the governance subcommittee where this originated, and that's why it's on our agenda. Normally, our governance subcommittee agenda, I have a copy with me, is comprehensive and detailed, and proposals for changes and updates are always accompanied by the proposed changes detailed ahead of time with strikeout text, with added text, so we can compare previous policies before they're changed to after they're changed. This works very well. Once a year, we readopt everything. That will be at our next month's meeting. And so on our agenda for the governance committee was the readoption of everything. That was the meeting schedule, the calendar, the governance calendar, the proclamation calendar, all the bylaws, and all the handbook. Out of this, however, there was a proposal to amend that wasn't previously disclosed, and that was irregular, and I objected and voted against in the meeting to consider it in this irregular manner. The meeting chair, however, wanted to specifically, on this particular item, remove the vice president from involvement in agenda preparation. I see no good reason for that, and I would plan to support the motion to not adopt it. I've been vice president before, and usually that means attending the review meeting 1 week at a time, where we go through and explain each of the items on the agenda that are not routine. It's a heads up. It's useful. Sometimes that's by Zoom. Sometimes that's in person, depending on the officers involved. But it's the president and the vice president. This is not burdensome because it can be arranged at the convenience of the president, the vice president, the superintendent, and again, can be either in person or by Zoom. And even though the CSBA model does not specify the president and vice president, it's a useful backup. It's always worked for us, and I see no good reason to simply remove the president from that policy and from the other item W. Likewise, the motion in the subcommittee was to remove vice president from each of those. And I oppose that. Therefore, I'll be supporting the motion to not adopt. Thank you.
Comments? I believe I saw Dr. Hunley's hand and then Mr. Flynn.
Yes, well, I understand that the past precedent for this board has been to include the vice president in these meetings. My understanding is that Governance Chair Flynn was attempting to bring us further in line with the California School Board Association's language. Thank you.
Mr. Flynn. Flynn and Dr. Tilley.
So, first, I think that there's been some misconceptions, so I want to just correct a couple things. First of all, there was an attempt to change some of our board policies back even as far back as May. And how governance work is we put it on future agenda topics, and then that goes to September. So that was one policy of the three that have been pulled. When I was in the preparing the agenda in consultation with the superintendent, there was a discussion not specifically about this policy, but another one of the three, about, well, how about we just wait until November since we're considering all the policies, and instead of do this 2 months before, let's do that. So it is absolutely appropriate to consider this because when we do the annual adoption, we have often done changes or workshopping or ideas, and that's where it came from. It's something that's been done every single year in this board, and it's actually mandated by our bylaws to do this in November. So that's the first piece. The second piece, I just want to say I support this revision, so I oppose this motion, as it is the CSBA sample language and is standard amongst all other school districts in the state. The rationale is about updating our board policies to align with CSBA standards alongside many, many other policies. I also want to be clear about another misconception. It does not ban anyone from not attending. It just does not have a mandatory commitment, especially if there's not much of a purpose of them being there. So it's more about going as an as-needed basis. So say, for instance, if the president is not able to be at the meeting, so they have prior travel or there's some health issue or something, yes, absolutely. Or if, say, the vice president or any other board member wishes because they have a particular agenda item that they are concerned about, then they could go. This is about making it more open and not mandatory and not requiring this. Last thing I'll just say is I would like for us to be able to have an opportunity to make motions where we don't show preference to one person, where we have an open, is there a motion? Because I did get my motion in first, so that's the parliamentary issue I have with that. My understanding, I want to find out, is that my understanding, if something is recommended by a subcommittee, it doesn't need a second, although I wasn't given the opportunity to do that. So for that reason, I oppose this motion and would like to entertain a separate one at another time to support the revision. Thank you.
Dr. Tilley?
Just addressing the last thing first, okay? The race to the microphone shouldn't go to whoever can talk fast enough, okay? We have the grace of time to talk to each other, and I appreciate the fullness of time to do so. Although I also understand that desire for priority based upon who gets there first. I don't support that. Number two, I also wrote separately to the superintendent with a copy to the governance chair regarding my concerns over how this policy was presented. I also reviewed the governance subcommittee meeting minutes and noticed that they were silent regarding the reasoning for this revision. So I had the pleasure of being able to speak with our governance chair regarding his concerns over the policy. And I'm going to reiterate what my concerns are first and foremost, okay? By the way, and we did clarify that the CSBA, and these, by the way, are optional policies. They are not mandatory policies. So it's suggested language. And the policy that we have is at variance and has been because we've included the president and the vice president in agenda setting and in agenda review. Why do you think that might be a good practice? Well, a couple of things. Number one, our system is one of checks and balances. And if there is a problem with overreach by either the president or the vice president, or if there's a disagreement between the superintendent and the president regarding whether an item should advance to the agenda or not, the only way to resolve that is to have 3 people in the meeting. An alternative, and so that's the first thing, which is why I support the policy as it's currently drafted. That doesn't mean, however, that that system has been working for the current committee. And so I really respect that as well. The invitation to mischief or the peril that arises from only having the president and the superintendent there is that they are now at loggerheads, or if they are in future at loggerheads. The only way to resolve that is to bring that to the full board. So now we're adding to the agenda dispute resolution between the superintendent and the board president. That to me is not a useful, it's not a good use of time if it could be resolved simply by discussion among 3 and a 2-3 vote. The superintendent in that role serves as a member of our governing board and is entitled to make those decisions in order to control the work of the board, the business of the board. So that's why I think it's good as it is. Having said that, one other concern I had is that it says superintendent or designee. I read that to mean the superintendent's designation and the superintendent unavailable. That is not what came back in my response to this issue. It came back to say to add flexibility. Well, if the board president, is then allowed to designate another board member who is not part of the executive committee to come in, now we've got two board members pressuring the superintendent for an outcome. And the reason that we at our annual meeting elect a president and a vice president is for them to do this work. So I'm in a conundrum because on the one hand, if it's the pleasure of the superintendent and the president, the board president, that it only be the two of them, that's great until it doesn't work. And then we've got to look at the law of unintended consequences. And so in speaking with Chair Flynn, I was like, I guess I can live with it. I mean, I'm not averse to trying new things. I'm just trying to avoid a change that it may be a solution looking for a problem. And so so for that reason, I really think, I hope that our board will consider, deeply whether the change benefits the work of our board and strengthens our committee, or whether it burdens it and leave it as it is currently. So that's my reasoning.
Any more discussion? In our bylaws, we have an opportunity for, I think one of the discussion rationale here that Mr. Flynn said was that if another board member would like to have an item agendized, we already have something in the bylaws that says any board member and any member of the public could ask to have an item agendized. In addition to that, we also have a bylaw that says if I think the board president and the vice president can invite, or if a member of the board would like to participate in the agenda setting, agenda review, they have the option of asking to do that too. So then we'd have 3 people, essentially a subcommittee to work on the agenda. So that's my comment. My question to Mr. Flynn is, other than attempting to align this policy with CSBA, what is the other rationale?
So I guess it goes back to the piece about just not making it mandatory. And to me, what I've seen is that if the president and the superintendent set the agenda, I think it should just be more of a case-by-case basis. If the vice president or any other member, say, has a question, something, or wants to share a concern, or especially if the president's not able to be there due to some instance, then absolutely, absolutely. And I have no problem going, and I also want to clarify, it's not anything to do, but I do not want to go to these meetings. We only have 2 left for the rest of the year. It's more about thinking of the future, aligning with CSBA, and just making it an option for those who want it, not making it a mandatory commitment when there's really no actual governance responsibility. So it's really not that big of a deal. And I can't emphasize enough, almost all other school districts in the state do this. So that's my response.
First of all, that's not true. And second, I agree with Dr. Tilley that when you have just one-on-one superintendent and a president, we don't know what happens there, right? And in my experience this year, with both vice president and president, I find it imperative that you have both the president and the vice president meeting to set the agenda. And that's what I will say. So is there any other discussion? Yes, you've had your two opportunities to speak. Mr. Wilson, you have the floor.
One other benefit of our existing policy that, again, CSBA's model does not include this, but I have observed, is that the vice president position is it's kind of a replacement for when the president's not available. These agenda preparation meetings serve as a kind of training for the vice president to see what's involved in behind the scenes, setting the agenda and details that advance notice and are useful in case the vice president later steps up. And I don't, that's a benefit that I have observed and that I recommend we continue to benefit from. Thank you.
Just want to
Is there any other discussion? Do you want some clarification?
I just wanted to clarify because I'm genuinely not sure. When you said the way you said wasn't true, I'm just wondering what specific piece, because I did research this and do work as committee chair, so I'm just wondering what piece of what I said.
That other boards have where only the president and the superintendent meets. Is it every other board
I said
meeting?
almost all other school districts. Almost all other school districts do it.
In this county?
In the state.
Well, that's not a good enough reason, I don't think. Anybody else have any comments? Mr. Eusebio, did you have a comment?
Yeah, and, forgive me for not getting this in as a question earlier to staff. It's something that came up just now. It's just in reflection of this, if we were to take up this item, would it be then, designee and, just as best practice, the vice president, of course, can still attend, but, it is not a mandatory item. Plus, if necessary, other board members could attend. Yes, forgive me, that was a question.
Would you restate the question?
Yeah, absolutely. So, working this out as I go along. From my understanding, then, if we were to take up this item, the vice president would not be mandated for this, but could attend as needed. But of course, they can always still attend as a best practice or something to that extent. Is that yes?
Well, hang on. Madam Superintendent?
If I can just also, as secretary of the board, keeping track of the attending, the people that attend the different agenda preps, there are times where both are not in attendance and we continue to do the business. And that's just because people have very busy lives. So having board president, vice president, superintendent, or my designee, if I am unable to attend, it does not stop the work if either the president is unavailable or if the vice president is unavailable, but it's certainly very helpful to have multiple perspectives when people are on and talking about the agenda together. So there is flexibility. We don't stop the work if one of the individuals is unable to attend, even with this language. Does that provide clarity?
Yes, it does. Thank
Okay.
you.
If the vice president is removed from board agenda, there isn't other saving language that would permit the vice president or another alternate to attend agenda setting. Any board member can ask to be permitted to attend agenda setting. That's not proposed for change. But the difference is that without the vice president, there's just the president and the person. And if a board member asks to do that, they can do that. So I think that's the answer. But
In my experience this year, I'm really uncomfortable with just having just the president and not the vice president there. Because it is important to have two voices in addition to when representing the board and just being there in the meeting. It's a lot of power that you give to the president by themselves. I don't think that's a good thing. And to have two people there, especially with discussion. And I have seen in our agenda preparations some of the communication with the superintendent. And if we just have one person there, I can see where seems to be pressure on the superintendent and a staff. And so I think it's important to have two voices there so we don't get into the situation where there is conflict that is challenging to get resolved. So I think it's important having the superintendent and the two assistants there, and also having both the president and the vice president. And it's a very big concern. That's way too much power for a president. And I'm board president. That's way too much power for a board president to have, and to have an agenda. And if the board president isn't there, and they have a designee, could be any member of the board. Yes, and so it has been working out so far, and therefore I support Mr. Wilson's proposal. And let's have a vote, shall we? And Ms. Polk, let's start with you. And by the way, the motion is to reject this item 10P.
Aye.
Ms. Polk, you have a vote.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
That would be a 5-2. Dr. Hunley and Dr. Flynn oppose, and so item 10P fails. Let's move on to item 10S. So therefore, the status quo remains. We have the president and the vice president mandated to continue, so the status quo stays, yes? Mr. Wilson, does that make sense? So right now, we're back to where we were before, the status quo, so we're not changing anything.
As I understand it, since the motion was adopted, the
Yes.
policy remains as it is.
Yes. Now let's move on to item 10S.
I'd like to address item S, which revises the board bylaw titled Board Training, which was properly on the agenda and disclosed ahead of time with all the changes. This one didn't feel like it was being snuck in. It was just straightforward. In the subcommittee, I told the committee that I strongly object to these changes, and I would be vocal in opposing them, and let me make my case. For perspective, board training, budgeted and expenses, tens of thousands of dollars every year. Next 2 weeks from now, most of us will be in a nice hotel with nice meals, and it's our annual convention. Often it's in Southern California, Anaheim, or San Diego. This year it's in Sacramento, which is not glamorous. This is uncompensated time that we give, several of us, not all of us, once a year. But there are mileage reimbursements and meal reimbursements if not provided, and the hotel, usually nice hotels, wherever, not the best hotels, but good ones. There's as it exists right now, the accountability mechanisms for us as elected officials, there's not much. There's whenever money is spent on us, whenever we do discretionary, we write a report afterwards. The rationale for that is share some of the benefit, link to some documents. But it also functions as an accountability mechanism where the public can see, oh, that board member went to that conference or participated, money was spent to acquire training. I think since we're elected officials, the public deserves a basic disclosure. The proposal that we have removes that accountability provision. There will be no required report. And I think it removes the requirement that the board president approve out-of-state travel. These are things that I think it will be responsible for elected officials to simply disclose. And I don't see the need to change, to remove these not burdensome accountability mechanisms, since there is no other disclosure of these tens of thousands of dollars every year, which could be construed by the public as bringing some personal benefit, even though I don't construe it that way. But I do enjoy the reimbursements when they come, and I think at least we should disclose it. And these existing mechanisms are good enough, and I don't think we need to remove them, even though the CSBA model language does not include them. Therefore, I move that we not adopt the changes on agenda item S, the changes to Board Bylaw 9240. Thank you. That's my motion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it for discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Tilley. Discussion. Dr. Duarte, Dr. Tilley.
Yeah, I hear Dr. Wilson, and I agree, and I would like to add that as a educational institution, reflective learning is huge. And when we have to write reports about what we learn, it helps us learn it even more. It helps us not only hold ourselves accountable to the people, but to ourselves. So I support that motion to leave it alone, basically.
Thanks. Excuse me. So I also had similar concerns with this, and I also, again, had the pleasure of speaking to the chair of the governance subcommittee, Mr. Flynn, regarding this afternoon. My concerns were similar. There was no requirement. It was just suggested that if someone goes on an out-of-state conference that they've self-selected into, which, by the way, doesn't define whether or not the relationship between the conference they're attending and the benefit back to our students in the district. It's in addition to our base training, you guys. This is not the usual training. But, you know, there are good conferences throughout the country, throughout the world. The question becomes whether or not that particular board member's self-selection into the conference is for personal or district enhancement, so to speak. So then the question further becomes, well, it's great. We're a learning community. We all want to keep learning. But the question is, does the district have to go above and beyond and pay for a jaunt for an individual board member out of state without any restraints and without even any duty to report regarding what happened at the conference? So those were my initial reactions to this proposed change. I really favored the restraints regarding out-of-state conference travel beyond what we already do, that's requested by individual board members, goes first to the board president. The board president can yea or nay it. If the aggrieved board member then doesn't like the outcome, they can bring it back to the board, and then we talk about it. And in fact, we did that this year, and it worked out beautifully. And what we did was there was an agreement with the board member that, yeah, we'll pay for your conference fees and for your accommodations, but or the travel, I don't know what it was, but there was some accommodation that was worked out. It worked beautifully. So for me, it was kind of like, oh, it's another, it ain't broke, don't fix it. But then, after speaking with the governance chair and looking at the actual language from the CSBA policy, I thought that we could salvage it, if the board is inclined to want to spend district funds on extra training just selected by an individual board member beyond our in-state training, that if we wanted to salvage that maybe what we could do is follow the advice. I can't put it up, but I really like the idea of the development of a professional development device. I really was attracted to, in Board Bylaw 9240, the language that the board president will annually develop and bring to the board for adoption at the board meeting, a board professional development calendar that's designed to assist us in doing that. I think it should go further, a board professional calendar and budget, because we never know what our individual board member professional development budget is. So if the request of one of us for an expensive out-of-state conference, it then takes away from the learning opportunities for the rest of us because the budget is limited, then I have a problem with that without some oversight, okay? It's just a matter of fairness, all right? But, so that could change. So then when they were striking the language that out-of-state conference travel requested has to come back to the board president, and then if that doesn't work, you come back to the full board, we talk. I said, okay, we can live with that. because there was discretionary language added if the superintendent or superintendent's designee, not designee on the board, feel that a request is significantly outside the budget. Instead of saying the superintendent can say no, it then says, then it should go to the governing board for approval. Well, maybe the governing board won't approve it. Maybe the governing board will disapprove it, so I'm not sure that solves the problem, but I could live with it. And then it goes on to have, consistent with fund availability, individual board members can identify and participate in additional professional development opportunities. And then it puts on the superintendent's shoulders the obligation to establish timelines and procedures for how an individual board member shall request that the district pay for such professional development opportunities, whether in advance by reimbursement. Well, that assumes it's the cart before the horse. It doesn't, it says what can happen, but it mandates that the superintendent has to approve it and then needs to say whether we're going to pay for it in advance or we're going to have a reimbursement. There's no room in that language for the superintendent, so it shifts, yes.
May I clarify, that language, that underlying language that you're referring to actually comes out of CSBA. And the reason why we talk about different timelines and procedures is we have to follow the same thing that every individual in the district, every employee follows. We can't do anything different than the board. So the established procedures and processes that we have through our business department, and such as, the reimbursement forms and all of that, that's what I believe that CSBA language is referring to, whatever is established by the LEA.
Sure.
Okay.
The difference being, though, that, forgive me, and I'm sorry, you guys, I know I'm going on, and I know it's wonk, it's like total nerd here. Okay, but having said that, so the thing is that we are elected officials. We are not employees of the district for the purposes of our budget and our professional development. So I do understand and appreciate the need to harmonize whatever's in the board policy so that it doesn't offend district practice. Basically, the way I read that language, it shifts responsibility from the board president's decision to the superintendent. And then the superintendent has no discretion except for to say whether we'll pay for it in advance or by reimbursement. That bothers me. I'm not seeing the benefit of that. So that was another reason that I was concerned. So I thought, well, why don't we just say that they may do it? And then, so the proposed change would be that the board member may request that the district pay for such professional development opportunities. And I just said, period. Then you don't assume a foregone conclusion, right? You just a board member can ask, and the district can respond. But it doesn't say that they can only respond with either by advance or by reimbursement. It just says the district can respond. So I felt that solved some of my concerns, and we spoke at length about this with the governance chair. So, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to betray my conversation with, what I talked to the governance chair about earlier today, but at the same time, I had the same concerns. I don't think it's a good policy change, but it is, in fairness, it is consistent with CSBA in terms of what's there. So if the goal is to harmonize with CSBA, then I understand it. And my thing is that if our board policies are better than CSBA's, well, maybe we should keep them. They seem to be working, so that's that.
So I would like to propose actually a revision to the proposed piece, which would require a separate motion. But to try to have like a olive branch of compromise to address some concerns that were made, I would propose on the paragraph that starts with consistent with availability of funds, on the sentence that's additionally the superintendent designee shall establish timelines and procedures for an individual board member, and changing shall request to may request. I think that addresses a concern that was mentioned. The other compromise I'm open to is deleting the changes on individual board members shall report to are encouraged, to keep it to shall report. I don't strongly feel either way, but I'm very open to keeping the requirement to submit a report after attending a professional conference. And then the last piece was, let's see, and then inserting a period after opportunities to address that. So I'm open to that compromise. I did want to share a little bit of the rationale. That this is not about taking away accountability. This is actually a greater accountability mechanism. So if a board member wants to go to a conference, in both board policies, the first thing, and all I'm saying is that the first thing you do is just have a conversation with the superintendent. Hey, I was interested in going to this conference. I was very interested in that. Is this a possibility? And then the superintendent would take a look at the dollars, and is this a possibility? Is this a little outside the possibility? Is it really, really not possible? And then if there is a difference, all this policy says is then the board will consider it. That's all it says in terms of enforcement. Right now, it says superintendent, if the superintendent says no, then the board president says yes or no, then it says the board will say yes or no. So it just takes it directly to the board, and the reason for that is that when you have a board president and a superintendent, the superintendent is responsible for the day-to-day operations of the district. This would fall under day-to-day operations. It's a, say, a couple $1,000 decision, not a millions of dollars decision, per se. And again, it's an accountability mechanism. It gives one person's decision to 7, and then we can all consider how we want our development fund to be used instead of one person making that decision. So I would argue it's a greater accountability mechanism. So I'm open to my proposal with the revisions to keeping the mandated report after, changing shall to may, so it's board members do not need to request it, it's only if they want to, and then adding a period after opportunities. I'd intended to make a motion on this, I was not recognized, so I would respectfully ask if what I said is interesting at all to you and does speak to accountability, consider voting no on this motion, and I promise I will make a motion with that language that I just said. Thank you.
Is there any more discussion? Dr. Tilley.
This is my second bite. Actually, the way it works now is that I think we should talk to each other about what conferences we're all going to attend. I don't think that that's the job of the superintendent. I think that because maybe 2 of us want to attend and one of us is senior. And so when we can't do both, and then it's like, well, so you don't get to take cuts just because you said it first, number one. Number 2, we should talk about it. It's our job to talk to each other about the conferences that we feel with budget as board members for development most serve our district. And so taking the power of applying just the power of the purse and going to the superintendent puts the superintendent in the role of veto power or permissive power if the funds are there. And now there's been an end run around the board, and then it is presented to the board as a fait accompli, which, okay, done deal. Okay, so I kind of don't like that. Just saying, I'm done.
I have a question. On the first part, when it says the board president will come up with a calendar of all, is the board president to look at present a calendar of all of the professional development opportunities, like conferences that are available through the year in addition, beyond CSBA, like for example, the CUBE conference, the conference that Dr. Hunley went to, like is that, I'm curious, is that what that was supposed to have? So that from which the board members can choose? And I'm asking the chair, I wasn't clear on what that calendar was and what that was supposed to entail.
So it would just, and again, it's the CSBA recommended language, but I mean, I guess it would just determine. I mean, I think if I were president, what I would do is do all the ones that we already do, so say AEC in Sacramento, the Masters in Governance, and then you could say, I would say do those, and then just entertain requests on a case-by-case basis, and just look at it case by case. So that's what my recommendation would be, but ultimately it's not up to me. I'm just one of them, but that would be what my idea would be, would just be, you have the ones that are pretty standard that we've always done for years and years, and then you would just, so that would be the calendar, but then you would just entertain requests on the board would entertain requests on a case-by-case basis and give full, consideration to approve or deny on each case-by-case basis.
Is there any more discussion? I had a question for the superintendent, and that is, and this was in the past, we were told that the board members each have, there's like a $5,000 allocated for each board member to spend on conferences throughout the year. Is that accurate?
I'd have to look up the actual amount, but what we do is we do monitor how much funding is available for each of the board members. And of course, let's say a new board member comes on board and is trying to finish or go through the Masters in Governance, it would be a bit different than an experienced board member that already done that 2 or 3 years ago. But when it comes to things such as the CSBA conference and other ones, we try to live within our means. When we take a look at what each individual board member, we divide it up and have it there. But there is a bit of flexibility when it comes to things such as what I just described. Yeah.
Dr. Hunley.
First of all, I'd like to say I do support Governance Chair Flynn's statement of returning to the original language on reporting, because I do think we should be reporting. But I think having a calendar of options is helpful for when we are in more financial issues as well, because, for instance, myself, I took the Masters in Governance program online, which is significantly cheaper than the in-person program. And I feel like those options should be available to board members in a visible place. So a calendar, I think, would be helpful. Thank you.
So we have an amendment to the motion, yes? Is that what we're doing? Should we just vote on this motion first, and then you'd like to come back and make a motion?
I can make a motion to amend.
Well, hang on. Let's vote on this motion first, and then if that passes or fails, and then if we need to make another motion, then you can make your motion, Mr. Flynn. How about that? That's what we'll do, right? Dr. Tilly, do you have a comment?
Just to restate, so the motion before the board is to disapprove the proposed revisions to board policy.
To item 10S, yes.
9240.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
So
A yay
the
vote
motion
would
is to
mean-
not adopt?
A yay vote would mean that the revisions are rejected by the board and the existing language remains. A nay vote means that you would like to have the revised language. Thank you.
May we have a vote, Ms. Polk?
Aye.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
That would be, the opposed would be Dr. Hunley, Mr. Eusebio, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Flynn, did you want to make a different motion? Now we can make a motion, right? Can you make another motion?
It passed.
Oh, that's right. So 10S is the status quo.
So for item W, is that what we're on now?
Item 10S failed, so we're staying with the status quo. Now we're on item 10W.
Item W. Okay, I asked that this be pulled for the same reason as item P. It was a surprise, had not been disclosed beforehand. In fact, in the governance subcommittee, the same motion applied to both policies. Remove the vice president. That was the motion. And I see no good reason to have it be a sudden last-minute proposition. Let's, if we want to send it through the subcommittee in a regular procedure, that would be better than this form. I don't see the benefit of simply removing the vice president from this policy, this bylaw. Again, all the same factors apply as in item P that we voted on earlier. Therefore, I move that we not adopt item W, which is changes to bylaw 9322. That's my motion.
Do we have a second? Second, Dr. Tilly. Do we maybe have some discussion, please, Mr. Flynn, and then Dr. Tilly?
So just considering this whole thing overall, I'm kind of have an idea, which is we're going to be considering a retreat coming up, and I would like the opportunity to try to find a compromise on some of these issues or workshop them or do this without having quick motions to just not do anything. I guess my idea would be on some of these items or any item of our board policies is, well, why don't we just consider this at a retreat or a special a study session where we can dive into it, and it's less about getting in motions quickly, and it's more about compromise and collaboration and trying to find a middle ground. That would be my idea. that would be my idea, to try to, try to foster collaboration rather than who gets a motion in first, that type of a, game. So that would be my idea just overall. And I already stated my objections on the previous one, so I'm not going to spend time on that. Thank you.
Thanks. So I also was going to poll W, and Board Chair Flynn and I for governance talked about that as well today. And the reason was the same thing. The problem I have, the really big problem with W, was that it takes out the vice president, and we've already agreed that we want to keep the vice president in on agenda setting. So we have to harmonize this with that. It's really just a cleanup provision. So that's why we should reject that change. But what really scared me was this is the one that says the board president or designee. So again, now the board president can designate anyone they want from the board to come in and bring whatever they have to the superintendent, or join them so that it's a 2-1 vote in order to push an agenda item that might otherwise, if the vice president were there, have a more checked and balanced or more nuanced discussion. The idea of the board president being able to decide its designees rather than inviting the board, anytime any of us wants to go to agenda setting, or anytime any of us want to discuss adding something to the agenda, we have that right already. So having that right and then being told, well, you can't come because the president's already designated someone and now it's going to be a Brown Act violation if it's 4-3, that just is again, it's a solution looking for a problem as far as I'm concerned. So I would vote to sustain the motion to reject the deletion of the vice president and the creation of a board president designee in order to harmonize it with the board's action on O. That's the only thing that's being proposed for change here, is to get rid of the vice president. All of the arguments that we had before regarding why we want the vice president there are the same for this policy.
Is there any more discussion? Yes, sir, Mr. Wilson.
Just to review what the change actually does, bylaw 9322 is agenda meeting material status. The section, it's a 4-page. The changes only affect the section called agenda preparation. That's the same subject that we delivered on 15 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And in that, the only changes are 5 places, remove the word vice president and add or designee. So it's very similar to all the things we discussed previously. It kind of overlaps a lot with the other policy that we bypassed changes on 10 minutes ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion? Let's have a vote, Ms. Polk. And this vote is to keep the status quo and reject this item 10W. Ms. Polk?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Opposed was Mr. Flynn. Thank you all so much for that discussion. And like I said, I prefer that we have these discussions until it's clear for all of us rather than just shoving things through, yes? Thank you. Again, we're on item 11, action items, educational services. Item 11A, review and potential approval of the 25-26 comprehensive school safety plans with disaster response manual. There's no presentation. There are no public. Do we have any public speakers?
Pardon me?
Are there any public speakers on item 11A?
I have received no public speaking requests for the balance of the meeting.
Cool. No presentation, no public speakers. May we have a motion? Thank you, Dr. Tilley. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Duarte. Maybe discussion. Yes,
I just want to say this is a huge undertaking.
Yeah.
I mean, and the law has changed, and I want to commend the work of both of our administrators and our school sites in coming together to increase safety, especially in view of some of the comments we heard during public comment this evening, as well as just for clarity. So I just want to make that commendation for it's a short action on the board agenda. This is months of hard labor getting this into a place that can be used and applied. So I want to thank our school community for doing that. That's all.
Any more discussion? May we have a vote? Ms. Polk?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. Item 12A, Public hearing resolution 362526, accounting of developer fees for the 24-25 fiscal year, capital facilities fund. There's no presentation. Public hearing is open. Public hearing is closed. Item 12B, review and potential approval of resolution number 362526, accounting of developer fees for 24-25 fiscal year, capital facilities fund. There's no presentation. There are no public speakers. May we have a motion?
Move approval.
Thank you, Dr. Tilley. Second?
I second.
Thank you, Mr. Eusebio. What happened? Yeah, thank you, Mr. Eusebio. Is there discussion? No discussion. May we have a vote, Ms. Polk?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Moving on to item 13A, public hearing, disclosure of initial proposal from the Fairfield Unified Unified Teachers Association as suited to Fairfield Unified School District, exercising provisions for the collective bargaining agreement to Sunshine for 25-26 school year. There's no presentation. Public hearing is open. Public hearing is closed. 13B, review and potential approval of Fairfield Unified School District suited initial proposal for Fairfield Unified School District, FSUSD, exercising provisions of collective bargaining agreement to Sunshine for the 25-26 school year. There's no presentation.
Move approval.
Thank you, Dr. Tilley. May we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Hunley. Any board discussion? No discussion. May we have a vote, Ms. Polk?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
And any opposed? Nope. Thank you very much. Moving into item 13C, public hearing, disclosure of initial proposal from the Fairfield Unified School District, FSUSD, to Fairfield Unified Teachers Association, FSUDA, exercising provisions of the collective bargaining agreement to Sunshine 25-26 school year. There's no presentation. Public hearing is open. Public hearing is closed. Item 13D, review and potential approval of Fairfield Unified School District, initial proposal to Fairfield Unified Teachers Association, FSUDA, exercising provisions of the collective bargaining agreement, Sunshine 25-26 school year. There's no presentation. There are no public speakers. May we have a motion?
I move.
Thank you, Dr. Duarte. May I have a
Second.
second? Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor, Ms. Polk?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Any opposed? Thank you very much. All right. Item E, the review and potential of approval of resolution number 312526, authorizing employment of instructions to teach in a provisional internship permit. There's no presentation. There are no public speakers. May we have a motion?
Move approval.
Thank you, Dr. Tilley. May we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Is there discussion? No discussion. May we have vote, Ms. Polk?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Any opposed? Nope. Item 13F, review and potential approval of resolution number 322526, authorizing a speech language pathologist to provide services based on a local assignment. There's no presentation. There are no public speakers. May we have a motion?
I move.
Thank you, Dr. Duarte. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Tilley. Any discussion? No discussion. May we have a vote, Ms. Polk?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Any opposed? No opposed. Now we're on to thank you very much all for the action items. We're on informational items now. Item 15A, review of the draft of STEM Yeto High School Western Association of Schools and Colleges, WASC report. There's no presentation. Are there any public speakers?
There are no public speakers.
No more public speakers. All right. Discussion. No discussion? All right. Moving on to item 16A. We have a written report review of the financial statement for the month ending September 25, 26. There are no presentation. There are no public speakers. May we have a discussion? No discussion. I want to thank Dr. Duarte for the education on accounting. Has helped me especially read our budget a little bit better. He told us it's a language. And then you read it for like a history lesson. It's like, that blew my mind. So thank you very much for that. That was brilliant. You have to take his class. Item 17A, information, there's no 17, 18. Oh, Superintendent, Governing Board, 18A, a listing of board member interests to be considered for board officers and board subcommittee, joint committee members at the organizational meeting for December 18, 2025. There are no public speakers. And so, everybody has, I think, including our new board members, have provided their interest in whatever positions that we want to have, and we'll discuss that at December 18 meeting, right? Mr. Eusebio, you had a question?
All board members were given this form, yes, including was our student board member given this form? Just out of curiosity, I didn't.
The student board member, beg your pardon? Our student board member, when we have what I did last year, and that was the first time we had a student board member, be participating in subcommittees was that I'd asked them last year if they would like to participate in any subcommittees. So would you like to consider now, or would you like to wait until December to decide which committees you'd like to be on?
Can I wait until December to decide?
You
please?
absolutely
Thank
may.
you.
All right, thank you. We're on to item 18B, yes? Fairfield Student Unified School District, July 26, 27 Governing Board meeting schedule. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you. The Governance Subcommittee is bringing forth the approved board meeting schedule for July 2026 to June 2027. I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone may have. Thank you.
Discussion?
Move approval.
This is information.
Oh, it's not, it's just information. Good job, Eli.
Something to have a look at. And then item D, Fairfield Student Unified School District 2026 Cultural Proclamation Calendar. Mr. Flynn.
No. We're at the,
Where are we? We just did the governance calendar. We're on item D.
no, we did the board meeting.
No, we did the board meeting schedule.
We are
Now
at
it's the
item
governance
C.
calendar.
Oh, that was, okay. Item C, all right, governance calendar. Mr. Flynn.
The board also the Governance Subcommittee also did approve this, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Dr. Tilley.
No, I just have to say, I was looking because we're going to be looking for our decisions on whether and what kind of board retreat we may wish to engage in next year. So I was looking at the calendar, at the calendar, and I was like, wait a minute, our self-evaluation isn't on there. So of course I sent a note to the superintendent. She's like, duh, look at me. So long story long, it is on the calendar, okay? She didn't say it that way. She was very professional. But my point being that we do, so the reason I bring it up is not to demonstrate my idiocy, but rather to remind that when we do our self-evaluation, that when we come together to talk about that, that is a great time to think about and discuss, okay, given where we are, who do we want to work with as a board for our retreat? I think it's, if you decide on a presenter before you know where the pulse of the board is, that you may not get those. So I was hoping that we would be able to include, within our self-evaluation process, a selection on retreats, understanding though that sometimes if you don't grab them early, you don't have anyone good around, but so I just wanted to alert the board to the idea that it might be a good idea to consider structuring our retreats based on the outcome of our self-evaluation and focusing on what's something that could address things coming out of that retreat. So that was it. I'm sorry, I'll shut up. Thanks.
That helps to direct where we want our retreat to go, yeah?
Pardon me?
That helps to direct what our retreat to go.
Yeah,
where we should- and
exactly.
then
We
who
can
would like to
decide
have
that as part of our
moderate it.
self-evaluation. Once we look at where we are, we can say, well, where do we want to be? And then we can say, okay, well, who does that? And then we can be more informed in organizing our retreat structure and presenters. That's all.
Any other discussion? All right, item D, Fairfield Unified School District 2026 Cultural Proclamation Calendar. Mr. Flynn.
Okay. Similarly, the committee approved the draft cultural proclamation calendar. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Discussion? Moving on.
Are these on for information?
This is just information.
Yeah, okay, fine.
And E, Fairfield Unified School District Governance Handbook. Mr. Flynn.
Yes. For those who are not familiar, there was a piece of parliamentary question that was raised when this was believed to have been approved in September. So it's going to be here for information, and then the revised handbook would be taken for action December. The only thing I will say is that due to parliamentary rules, we did make one change in order for it to be a new document to be voted on. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Dr. Tilley.
So will we harmonize the board bylaws and exhibits, strike that, the governance handbook, to include the action taken tonight on the board on items O and P and W? That will need to be revised because the handbook as it currently sits includes, I believe, those proposed actions that have been rejected. Okay, they're not there?
No,
Okay, awesome, we don't
no.
have to worry about it. Thanks.
Thank you.
And to for some clarification, because Mr. Eusebio wasn't on the board yet when we had this handbook discussion, and Dr. Duarte was absent, and so when we had the vote, it was a 3-2, and because we didn't have a majority of 4 people, and that's why that didn't pass. We didn't have, is that helpful? So now you're caught up, Mr. Eusebio. Item F, Fairfield Sassoon Unified School District Board bylaws and exhibits 9,000 series. Mr. Flynn.
Again, the governance committee approved this, and I'm happy to answer any questions. The only thing I'll say, based on something similar said and I said earlier, is when we are considering future retreat, I think that maybe that might be a good opportunity to workshop some of these bylaws, so that way we can do it in a more informal setting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any discussion? Mr. Wilson.
Just an observation. This is another item that came up unexpected. I mean, after all the regular items, agenda items had been considered during the comprehensive readopt everything. I opposed this in the committee. Of course, we're not voting tonight. This is just an information item. But I would like to note that this appears to restrict the board from making changes to a committee composition during the school year. That looks like the purpose, because that has happened in the past, that when one or another board member's performance, attendance at a subcommittee has been not satisfactory, they were replaced. This appears to prevent that in the future. Us from making changes to committee composition. I would like to note, I will not take a strong position on this when we put this up for adoption next year, because our handbook is ultimately not binding on us. If enough of us vote to overrule in any particular, I don't think this would tie our hands if the board wanted to replace a subcommittee member or subcommittee chair during the year because of inadequate performance. Likewise, our policies. We make our policies. We can bend our policies, our bylaws, as long as we acknowledge it, and we have a supermajority. 5 out of 7 instead of just 4 out of 7. So I wish to give respect to our handbook, but I don't think having this provision will prevent us from addressing a problem situation if it arises in the future. Thank you.
And you're talking about F, the 9,000 series in the bylaws, right? Is that what you're talking? So you are talking about the district board bylaws and exhibits 9,000 series. That's what you're referring to, yes?
Yes, there was only one change, a last-minute sudden surprise change made to the handbook. We approved it at our last meeting, which I had lots of problems with and I voted against. It's okay. I consider it settled now and intend to support it. There was in the subcommittee, however, there was another little change thrown in, which I opposed at the subcommittee. I'm not likely to make a big deal out of it when we consider this as an action item next month, because I don't think it will ultimately have much effect. Thank you.
Mr. Flynn and then Dr. Tilley.
I guess I just don't understand what's going on, because we're discussing the board bylaws right now, and what the committee did was just reapprove our board bylaws with no changes, which is what we're mandated to do every year. So I don't know I don't really understand. So.
Okay, so basically, the recommendation of the committee is no change and approve as is?
Yes, for item F, yes.
I'll look forward to discussing this item so I can understand where the changes that aren't there are, if they are. Thanks.
Any other discussion on this item? Thank you very much. Okay, we're on item 19A, the 2025 School Board Dashboard. Dr. Melissa Farrar, you have the floor.
Good evening, Superintendent Sachs, Board President Patero, and members of the Governing Board. Tonight, we will review our performance on the California School Dashboard across our achievements, acknowledging our challenges and discussing the strategies, actions we are taking to ensure every FSUSD scholar. The information provided by the dashboard helps schools and districts align resources to improve student outcomes. The data helps inform the development or update of the district's Local Control Accountability Plan, or LCAP, and the individual school single plan for the student achievement, which is SIPSA. The California School Dashboard provides a comprehensive view of our district's performance across all key measures. For state measures, performance is based on two factors: the status, which is the current year result, and change, which is whether the results improve compared to the prior year. Performance on state measures using comprehensive statewide data is represented by one of the 5 colors displayed on the gauge indicator, ranging from the lowest performance, red, to the highest performance, blue. The performance level indicated by a color is not included when there are fewer than 15 students in any year. This is presented with a gauge indicator that is grayed out and marked no performance color. This slide illustrates the 2025 Fairfield Sassoon Unified Dashboard landing page, showing the overview of all state measures, including the local indicators. For 2025, the science indicator and teacher assignment scorecard are reported for informational purposes only. The science indicator now includes a color for both status and change. This table shows academic outcomes for English learners, long-term English learners, foster youth, homeless students, socioeconomically disadvantaged students, and students with disabilities. The district-wide performance remains steady. Importantly, foster youth and socioeconomically disadvantaged students show improvement in both English language arts and mathematics. This slide focuses on the same learner subgroups, but in the areas of chronic absenteeism, graduation rate, suspension rate, and college and career readiness. District-wide, we see progress in both graduation rates and suspension rates. Chronic absenteeism and college and career readiness remain priority areas, and we continue to strengthen intervention to support consistent attendance and post-secondary preparedness. When we look at the data raised by race and ethnicity for English learner progress and the academic indicators for ELA, math, and science, we see positive trends for African American, Asian, Filipino, and Pacific Islander students. These improvements show the impact of our focus on academic equity and access to rigorous instruction. This slide highlights changes in chronic absenteeism, graduation rates, suspension rates, and college career readiness by race and ethnicity. Several student groups show meaningful improvements, reflecting the effectiveness of our targeted LCAP strategies designed to remove barriers and promote student success. I will now pass the information, turn it to Dr. Melissa Farrar, the Director of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, to basically give more additional information. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Mr. Gillespie. I would like to thank you also for developing all of these charts to really help it make it easy for us and for our community to understand what the dashboard is in a really quick, easy way to be able to see where our growth is and where we still have need. We're now going to start looking at all of our indicators by school sites. These are the English language arts academic indicators. Remember, these indicators come from the results of the California Assessment of Student Progress, or the CASP assessment. It's the summative standards-based assessment for students in grades 3 through 8 and 11. And again, students or schools without any performance color on our next few slides are because they have fewer than 15 students or no prior year data. District-wide performance remained steady in ELA, with several schools achieving notable increases in their proficiency. Here we see mathematics, academic indicators by school. The district maintained its overall performance, and if you remember, as we saw in slides 4 and 6, several of our student groups, including foster youth, homeless students, socioeconomically disadvantaged students, and multiple race ethnicity groups showed improvements in mathematics from last year. The science indicator remains informational this year. Students participate in this science assessment in grades 5, 8, and once in high school. FSUSD maintained its overall status, reflecting trends similar to statewide performance. We will continue to strengthen our NGSS-aligned instruction and science literacy across all grade levels. We are proud to celebrate strong academic growth across the district. In English Language Arts, Cleo Gordon, Virtual Academy, and Green Valley achieved the largest gains in this category. In mathematics, Tolinas, David Weir, and Virtual Academy led the district in improvement. These are clear indicators that the targeted instruction and strong collaborations are driving positive outcomes. The English Learner Progress Indicator, or ELPI, measures the percentage of students who make one or more levels of growth when comparing their performance on the last summative LPAC assessment to their previous year's performance. District-wide, our English learners made meaningful gains in language development. Several schools made significant progress in their LP performance. English learners showed some of the strongest improvements across the district. Dano Root, Laurel Creek, Sassoon Elementary, Tolinas, and Crystal Middle School made the largest growth, moving from red to green or blue. Long-term English learners advanced from red to green, and suspension rates from English learners declined significantly. Now let's look at chronic absenteeism. It's important to note that this indicator is only for grades kindergarten through 8. This is not an area where high schools are measured. Chronic absenteeism tracks students who miss 10% or more of the school year. It's a critical indicator because consistent attendance is one of the most important factors for academic success. We saw promising improvements among our foster youth students and other targeted groups supported by stronger family engagement and attendance interventions. Next, let's move to the suspension rate indicator for students in grades kindergarten through 12. The suspension rate indicator measures the percentage of students who have been suspended at least once during the school year. FSUSD made significant progress in reducing suspensions, moving from orange to green with a 1.1% improvement. This reflects the positive impact of restorative practices, social emotional learning, and school-wide behavior supports. To celebrate our key gains in attendance and discipline, it's my pleasure to share that the Virtual Academy advanced from green to blue in their chronic absenteeism, and foster youth improved from red to orange. Armio High School, Anna Kyle, and Sassoon Elementary reduced their suspensions, and students with disabilities improved from red to yellow. The graduation rate indicator measures the 4-year cohort graduation rate, which is the percentage of students who graduate high school within 4 years, starting with students who enter as first-time 9th graders and accounting for transfers in and out over that period. FSUSD's graduation rate remains strong across the district. All comprehensive high schools maintained or improved their graduation rates. Our student groups continue to make progress, reflecting our ongoing commitment to ensure every student graduates prepared for college, career, or both. The next indicator we're showcasing is the College and Career Indicator, or CCI. This measure evaluates how well our students are prepared for post-secondary success through a variety of pathways. It considers state assessments, completion of A through G coursework, participation in advanced placement, AP, or International Baccalaureate, IB programs, dual enrollment with college, completion of career technical education or CTE pathways, and attainment of the state seal of biliteracy or other college and career readiness criteria. On this slide, you'll see the performance for each of our schools and the district overall. Rodriguez High School and the Public Safety Academy are performing well in green. The district overall is currently in yellow and shows steady growth. Armio High School and Fairfield High are in orange, indicating an area where we'll focus our continued efforts. San Miedo is in red, which highlights their need for targeted support and intervention to improve college and career readiness outcomes. We continue to expand career technical education pathways, dual enrollment opportunities, and A through G supports to strengthen readiness for all of our students. Here are some areas where we're celebrating as a district. Graduation rates for English learners improved from red to green. Foster youth moved from red to orange. And long-term English learners and students with disabilities moved into the yellow. San Miedo High School and Hispanic students had the largest graduation gains, while our homeless and Asian students made the most growth in college and career readiness. These achievements highlight the district's collective focus on student access, persistence, and post-secondary preparation. Looking ahead, our work continues. Through the full implementation of the literacy plan with their M-Class progress monitoring, you'll hear more about that in a minute, our continued focus on our mathematics plan, an expansion of our A through G completion improvement grant, strengthening our teacher-led collaboration model, and our ongoing alignment of curriculum, instruction, and assessment across the district. These actions reinforce our commitment to continuous improvement and equitable student access. Thank you for your continued support and commitment to FSUSD. Together, we'll build on these successes, address our challenges, and ensure that every student has the resources and opportunities to thrive. Thank you. Brava. Discussion? Dr. Silly?
So I see at the bottom of the presentation that there is a qualifier, but I'm concerned why there's no performance level for Matt Garcia students at all. And I guess my question to the board and to the superintendent is, if we don't have that data on the dashboard, can we get that? Because there was some movement a couple of years ago that Matt Garcia was allowed to continue so long as it showed improvement across the board. And we haven't had a report back on that. So that's something that we may need to agendize in the future. But I'll hear from you regarding that.
We do have access to the data for Matt Garcia. It's just not displayed publicly because their student groups are too small to be displayed on the statewide dashboard. But we do have access to their performance and their improvements.
Okay, so that can be provided to the board then separately? Yeah, okay.
Just real quick, a slide. One of the other components with Matt Garcia, when we changed the school to a school of choice, it changed their CDS code with the state. That state no longer recognized it as a former school. And so we have to have a second year of it as a school of choice in order to get the color codes on the dashboard.
Okay, that makes sense. So it'll be interesting to see how they're doing. That's great. I had one other question,
Sure.
one other comment. San Miedo is to be celebrated, and the focus is part of our district goals and will be until it gets done. I mean, we added that as goal 5, I believe. So, and our superintendent is tied to her evaluation. So the good news is, look at what we've done in such a short period of time for our Yetis, and look what's coming, okay? And thank you all for your reporting and for your excellent presentation of the data. Grateful.
Mr. Flynn?
I just wanted to share a couple thoughts. I think I referenced one of these in the agenda questions. But I, first of all, was really glad to see the increase in graduation rates and suspensions. I think that is really good news, especially if we can keep that moving in the right direction. The area where I'm concerned is the second decline in the English learner progress. I appreciate the response to agenda questions, hoping that we can do some more work in terms of supporting our English learners and making sure that we can provide resources so they can succeed. So those were my two observations, and I'm going to try to continue to read about this and try to learn more. Thank you.
Hugh, any other discussion? With regard to what you were saying about Semyero's graduation, I believe leadership helps a lot, and Mr. Principal McMorris is fabulous. I'm assigned to that school this year, and I met with him in his office. We were supposed to meet for an hour. We wound up hanging out for 2.5 hours, just talking about his vision and his enthusiasm and his excitement. Just that personality alone makes one. I would want to go to that school if I had that person as my principal, because his smile is bigger than Ipana's smile, and he's just so welcoming. I thought that was just so wonderful to have the opportunity to meet with him. Is there any other discussion? Cool. Before we move on to item 9, where's my glasses? Item 19B, if I could encourage us all here on the dais, when we are texting here, first of all, I'd encourage us to not text. And if you're texting here, that information is public. Anybody in the public can request your phone and information from that phone. So please do not text while you're on this dais. Item 19B. We have a presentation, 2526, beginning of year BOIM class data review. I'd like to introduce presenter Rashida Turner Dixon, who is the coordinator for Dickens, Coordinator of Curriculum, Instruction, and Assessments, to present this item. You have the floor.
Good evening, Superintendent Sachs, Board President Patero, and members of the Governing Board. Tonight, we will provide an update on the implementation of M-Class in Fairfield-Suisun Unified and review the results of the beginning of the year M-Class assessments for the 2025-26 school year. In July 2023, Senate Bill 114 established Education Code Section 53008, requiring all districts to implement an annual reading difficulty screener for students in kindergarten through 2nd grade, beginning in the 2025-26 school year. To meet this requirement, FSUSD has selected M-Class with DIBELS 8th edition. This platform enables schools to identify students who may need early literacy support and provide timely information to families. The M-Class assessment is given 3 times a year, beginning, middle, and end of year. It assesses essential literacy skills and provides tools to support targeted instruction. Its digital dashboard gives educators timely insights to respond to student needs. I would now like to introduce Ms. Rashida Turner, our literacy coordinator. She will share an overview of M-Class performance indicators and key findings from the beginning of the year assessment.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. The M-Class assessment uses 4 performance indicators to guide how students are supported and how often their progress is monitored. Students who score well below benchmark need intensive support. This includes frequent, targeted, and explicit instruction focused on specific skill gaps, and their progress is monitored every 2 weeks. If students are not making progress, instruction is adjusted and additional interventions are provided. Students below benchmark receive strategic support, such as skill-based, small group instruction 2 to 3 times per week, and their progress is monitored every 4 weeks. If growth is not observed, support is intensified and instruction is refined to address specific needs. Students at benchmark or above benchmark continue with strong core instruction, and their progress is monitored during the regular benchmark windows. This multi-tiered support system ensures that instruction is matched to students' needs, and every student receives the right level of support to grow as readers. Currently, across the district, 51% of students in kindergarten through 2nd grade are reading at or above benchmark. 14% are below benchmark, and 35% are well below benchmark. Results are also broken down by grade level. This data indicates a significant need for stronger early literacy efforts, with kindergarten emerging as a key area of focus to accelerate growth and ensure all students meet grade level expectations. Performance varies across the district. Some schools are showing strong results, while others have a higher percentage of students who require intensive support. These findings illustrate how resources are allocated based on need through our multi-tiered system of support. Literacy specialists and para-educators, including bilingual staff, are utilized in schools with greater literacy needs, and instructional schedules and materials are aligned to ensure effective literacy instruction for all students. I now turn the presentation back over to Ms. Ahn.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Literacy support focuses on both students and staff. For students, small group instruction is tailored to skill gaps, with support provided during the school day and through after-school interventions. In select schools, district staff also support targeted small group instruction. For staff, data-driven planning occurs through PLCs. Ongoing professional development and instructional coaching are provided. And K-2 literacy walks provide opportunities to observe and reflect on classroom practices. Through this layered approach, we are ensuring every student receives the right level of support to grow as confident, proficient reader. By the end of the year, the goal is for 80% of kindergartners, 90% of first graders, and 100% of second graders to be reading at or above grade level. We remain committed to this important work to ensure all students achieve grade level reading proficiency by the end of second grade. This concludes the presentation. I will now turn it back to Board President Patero.
Any discussion? Dr. Silly.
Those are really aggressive goals, and we only have like spring to achieve them. From looking, by the way, the bar graph was very helpful to see where we are by school site so that we can identify which sites are really, we're going to need to hone in on because, and it's brilliant, by the way. I mean, our work at this level is far superior to how we're performing on the dashboard. If you look at, if we catch them young and we really sustain effort there, it's going to make a huge difference. It does take time. It's really hard to look at the data for our district year after year and go, and especially post-pandemic. But overall, it's on such a good trajectory, and I'm so encouraged by this particular, I'm sure it's, you know, it's new, and anything new is hard, and especially in the classroom it's hard, but I'm really encouraged by the MClass system and the selection of that, and I'm really looking forward to see how things go. Maybe, I guess, in July or August when we have the data back in. Good luck with those goals. Wow.
Mr. Wilson.
As I understand, it's kind of a new tool that we're just implementing. It looks like it has potential. I'm curious, to what degree does it look like it will correlate with the dashboard? Because, you know, every school gets dashboard results and schools have MCAS stuff. Does it look like there's a lot of correlation or not necessarily?
Well, the dashboard, when you're taking a look at the ELA, the English Language Arts scores, it's third grade on up. So any work we do with the littles in kindergarten, first and second will certainly translate into higher achievement for that third grade because they will have their foundational literacy skills will just be that much stronger. So we are very encouraged by what we're seeing so far, but we do know that this is a baseline, and sometimes we have to face it to fix it, and we're facing it with this data. So we're able to drill down and really have conversations, or school sites are able to have conversations about, okay, well, this is the data as it looks now, but what interventions can we take care of and control here on site in order to move the needle for these students? And what this tool also does that's very helpful, which will translate into increased achievement on the dashboards later on, is it's very explicit with regards to where the students have gaps. Is it letter sound? Is it letter identification? Is it comprehension? So practitioners or experts in the classroom are really able to take a look at that and start grouping kids based on some very specific data. So it's not just, oh, can they read or can they not read? It really drills down into those very discrete skills that are braided together that really allow our students to be functionally literate as they go up through the grades.
Martin, Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, more than just a comment, I actually have a small question. I very familiar with the class assessment tool. This one is M-Class. What is the difference per se between class and M-Class? Do you know?
I think they're two totally separate assessments. M-Class used to be called DIBBLES. DIBBLES is connected to M-Class. So I think that is just a different assessment with a different name.
Yeah, because they both sort of measure the progression of academics, but at different levels. I know we used it in 0 to 5 pre-K is class by itself, but I see here we include kids up until the 8th grade, and maybe that's where that comes in.
It is our understanding that the class assessment is pertinent to our preschool students, and the M class is for our students kindergarten and up. For our district, we are utilizing this tool for grades kinder, first, and second.
Thank you. So to me, what this indicates is hopes for the future. As this is measuring how we're doing right now and gives us an indication of how they're going to do in the following class, with the following grades from 3 and up. What it will be interesting to see if we can find a correlation, identify the students here, how they perform later, and if that data will be available in the future to be able to track continuously all the way across.
Thank you so much. Mr. Flynn?
Question. On the M-Class, for the administration of it, does the teacher have access to the detailed data at the beginning of the year for when the student ended the here's where it ended, here's where the beginning, was there any kind of summer slide in between? Where are we starting here compared to, say, 2nd or 3rd or 4th grade?
That would be our desire, since this is new for us and we just started, it would be our desire to share that information. Yeah.
Any more discussion? Cool. Thank you so much for that presentation. We're on to item 19C. As you all know, there was a law that was passed with regard to cell phones in our classroom, in our schools, and so our presentation on smartphones, electronic devices policy development, Ms. Alana Israel Samuels, Director of Communications and Community Engagement, will present this item. You have the floor. Executive Director, sorry.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Board President Patero, Governing Board, and Superintendent Sachs. It is my pleasure to speak with you tonight and present this update on the development of Policy 5138.8, which is FSUSD's response to the Phone Free Schools Act. Our aim overall is to align our district practice with state requirements while supporting student well-being, safety, and engagement. So a little bit of background, AB 3216, as I said, known as the Phone Free Schools Act, was signed into law by Governor Newsom in September of 2024. And what it requires is all districts must establish policies limiting or prohibiting smartphone use during the school day by July 1st, 2026 for the next school year. So we did include some key information in our survey, which was one of the largest ways, although not the only way, that we gathered feedback from our community. And one piece of key information was outlining for the staff, students, and parents community who took this survey that research shows very clearly that limitations on smartphone or electronic device use can reduce distractions, support mental health, promote digital safety, and enhance student engagement. Additionally, the survey included some really important information that there are exceptions required in the law that was signed by Governor Newsom, that any policy that we as a school district adopt, students must be allowed to use their smartphone or electronic device in the case of an emergency or in response to a perceived threat of danger, when a teacher or administrator of the school district grants permission to the student to possess or use a smartphone subject to any reasonable limitation imposed by the teacher or the site administrator, when a licensed physician and surgeon determines that the possession or use of a smartphone is necessary for the health or well-being of the student, and finally, when the possession or use of a smartphone is required in a pupil's individualized education program or IEP. So one of the things I wanted to take you through first was the timeline that we have been going through with this. In summer, very quickly, really after I got to the district in last April, we started working on a survey, and we launched that survey on August 27th, and we kept it open, that says the 17th, actually until September 18th, just to give that kind of extra day, not telling people that we were leaving open just a teeny bit longer, because you know those folks who say, I'm gonna do it on the last day, and then they don't quite. So we kept that open. That survey went out in a multitude of ways, in a variety of channels, multiple times during that time frame, to all staff in the district, to all of our middle and high school students, and to all of our parents via Parent Square. You can see that the process of what we're doing so far has gotten to us to this point where I'm giving this informational presentation to you at this board meeting. We have already not only accomplished the survey and evaluating the data and that, which I'll present some of that to you here tonight, but also we gathered feedback at both the parent and family leaders meeting held by the superintendent in September and the Super SAC, the Student Advisory Committee meeting. And we gathered feedback from both those groups. Additionally, I went to the Admin Council meeting on October 22nd and presented to all of the site administrators and other administrators from around the district to ask some of the similar questions that we asked at the parent and family leader and Super SAC meetings. And then here we are tonight. Our continued timeline, as you can see, includes additional feedback from Admin Council at the meeting on January 21st, where we plan to come to them with a draft policy in hand and gather their feedback then. After that, in February, we'll be presenting to the governance subcommittee that draft policy. And then in March, on March 19th, our hope is that I'm back and we're presenting it to you for consideration for approval. So just a little bit of an overview, because I want to really make clear that our goal was to ensure that our community, staff, students, and families had a wide array of opportunities to participate. And so the survey was really very carefully thought out. First of all, there were ratings. They had an opportunity to give a rating on a scale of a 1 to 5, disagree to agree, to 2 different questions. And within the survey, each question was repeated for the elementary level, the middle school level, and the high school level. And the thought behind that, as I developed the survey with some other leaders in elementary education and secondary education and ed services here, was that if you maybe have an elementary student now, but you really are thinking toward the future about, well, what am I going to want maybe when they're in middle and high school? Maybe you want to answer every single question. If you maybe have a current 10th grader and that's your oldest child, maybe you're not going to really look back and feel like you don't want to feel obligated to answer the questions for elementary and middle. So question number 1, do you disagree or agree with the current general guidelines followed in FSUSD, which I'll go over in a moment? And then question number 2 is back to that initial thing I talked about being in the survey for them, which was, do you disagree or agree on these limitations, and that the limitations of a smartphone or electronic device use can reduce distractions, support mental health, promote digital safety, and enhance student engagement? And then there was an open comments section. So, oh yeah, there we go. So the general guidelines, we gathered this information from surveys that were actually done, I believe, last school year of all site principals at the various levels, trying to get a gauge on what are they actually doing now. And there was a lot of commonalities across the board, not entirely, but we tried to provide a very succinct summary of the general guidelines for parents so that when they were rating that, they were able to say, I agree or disagree with generally what's going on right now. So the concept in the elementary school of off and away all day, students are expected to keep their phones and electronic devices turned off and stored from the moment they enter campus until the moment that the day is over. And then there's an educational exception, even in elementary, maybe not that often, or maybe only for older grades, but that although they typically must remain stored in their backpacks, once in a while a teacher for an educational learning opportunity might ask students to take it out for a reason. In middle school, generally the same off and away expectation in most cases right now. Our middle schools are having that rule that they are to keep their devices stored and or turned off from the moment they enter campus until the end of the school day. But also, there's some of our middle schools are also just a couple of maybe allowing some use during lunch, not during passing periods. They're not permitted, but also an educational exception in the same vein as I spoke about with the elementary school. And then finally, again, general guidelines for our high schools being followed right now and last year as well, that they are permitted only during what we're calling non-instructional time. That, you know, a lot of times what that's meaning, if you jump to the educational exception piece, there might be a time where a teacher does decide we're going to have you pull your phone out to do X, Y, or Z. Additionally, most of our high schools do allow their phones to be out during passing periods and, you know, before and after school and during lunch. And one of the reasons that came up the most regarding that is some of our high schools are using that as a hall pass opportunity. And so that's important for the high schools. So in this next series of slides, I'm going to just give you some highlights of the survey data that we collected. Now that you've kind of got all of that background and what all the individuals who took the survey were looking at as they were deciding how to respond. So in terms of agreeing or disagreeing on a scale of 1 to 5 with the current general guidelines that I just reviewed with you, the percentage of respondents, remembering that people could answer more than once or sometimes only answer one of them, and I did that as a rating of a 4 or 5 on a scale of 1 to 5. Elementary school, 78.7%. Agreed with that rating of 4 or 5 with the general guidelines in elementary school, 68% with the general guidelines for middle, and 65.4% for high school. Then the average ratings on that scale across all respondents by school type for elementary schools, a 4.4, middle schools a 4.1, and high schools a 3.4. So now we cover highlights of the survey data from the question regarding the perceived effects of the policy limitations in terms of reducing distractions, et cetera. So for elementary school, 81.3% of respondents indicated a 4 or 5 that they agree. Middle school, 75.3%, and high school, 69.5%. And our average ratings across all respondents by school type: elementary schools 4.7, middle schools 4.6, and high schools 4.1. So the average rating for in all cases was higher than a 4. So, of course, as you can imagine, pulling out the themes from the survey in terms of qualitative feedback, we had, I don't even think I put that in there, but I do have it written here. Let me just find it. How many respondents we had? A total of 2,303 respondents to this survey in total. We were very, very pleased with that response. So trying to figure out how to pull out the most common themes. I did put it into AI to help evaluate that and pull it out, and then went in and reviewed some of the longer comments that people made. A lot of people didn't make any comment at all, frankly, but many people did. So there was overall support. Just let's have clear policies for our students and for our parents to understand and for our staff to understand. The common theme that phones are a major distraction was definitely in there, and that it can negatively affect the learning environment. Many staff specifically shared that they believe a more clearly outlined and uniform policy would be helpful for them. There was also concern shared about safety and communication. Initially, when I looked at that, I had to look a little bit deeper because I thought maybe people misunderstood and they didn't realize that there are those exceptions that I spoke about earlier that are required in the law for any policy we have. But then some additional info as I dug deeper into it came out that parents to some degree are pretty concerned about how they're going to communicate with their student. So less about what is their student going to do, but what are they going to do if they need to talk to student. And a lot of this, of course, was from staff, understandably, enforcement and implementation, wanting support for clear consequences and school-wide procedures in the student follow whatever policy it is that you adopt. I also, of course, want to share the incredible feedback we got from the 3 groups that we spoke with. And I do have to just give a shout out to Kristen Witt, who has supported a lot of this very directly, especially because one of these meetings I was unable to be at. So the Super SAC, the Student Advisory Committee, some of the key themes that came out of their feedback, they worked in small groups to review the same types of questions that were in the survey. They shared that Off and Away does indeed help them focus in class. They felt that pretty strongly that older students should have different rules than younger students. They also made a lot of comments about students needing to be trusted and learning to how to use their phone in the real world, especially the oldest students, because they're just going to be right off into the real world and need to understand how to use them effectively in their life beyond graduating from high school. And many also shared they appreciate the exceptions that were noted by requirement in the law, of course. For our parent and family leaders, similar type of thing we did. We let them sit together in groups. They saw the current policies as realistic, reasonable, and age appropriate. They did have some concerns of fairness, consistency, and equity, and some of that was about if a teacher is saying, yes, you can take your phone out, but not every student in the class has a phone, that they can actually take out and participate in said lesson. They definitely, that came up again in this, even this smaller group format, that they want to know how they will contact their student in an emergency, and also shared perspectives that they appreciate that the exceptions are there in the law. At our admin council meeting, we had our administrators get into even smaller groups as they discussed some of these pieces. We also asked them one small additional question to think a little bit more and provide us with some feedback on what they thought about consequences and what that might look like as the administrators at the sites who would actually have to implement this at their schools. So one of the key themes there, similar to the parents, that they believe the current policies are clear, consistent, easy to follow, and age appropriate. They talked a lot about that enforcement matters, and they want to see a fair application to some degree across the board if possible. They also expressed, which was something we hadn't actually exactly directly thought of to this point, that it's important for the policy to address both smartwatches and after-school programs. So that's important, and we're taking that note, very seriously to make sure that's covered in our policy. And also starting outreach early. So as soon as this board decides that they've seen a policy they want to approve, we plan to start to get that information out well beyond the start of the school year, which is why we're working now to get this done, hopefully well before the year's over, and be prepared. Another important note is that Consequences will be aligned with already existing policy, and that any violations of the policy and consequences would be administered in accordance with BP 5131, which is on conduct. And I just took one small quote out of that. The superintendent or designee, which I believe speaks to the administrator, shall ensure that each school develops standards of conduct and discipline consistent with board policies and administrative regulations. So I'm just going to take you back to our timeline again. We're tonight again speaking in this informational presentation. We've got our opportunity to draft the board policy. We'll bring it back to admin council for feedback again, make any nuanced changes that need to be made, then come to the governance committee and finally to the board in March. And that is my presentation this evening, and if you have any questions, I'm here.
Discussion? Mr. Wilson.
Thank you. I see this as, at the worst, it's just another mandate. We'll deal with a mandate. But I hope we see it as an opportunity to change our culture and get some benefit out of it. I substitute in other school districts to this day, and I noticed there was one district that implemented it at the beginning of this year in August. And so I saw it right at the beginning where it's strongly advertised, everyone knows, it's firmly, and all the kids obeyed it. But it quickly backsliding and, reverted. And now I think it's almost all, no one talks about it, no one regards it. It looks very different. We might get some of that, but I want to get some permanent benefit, some culture change. And since it's still under development, I want to put the word out. I hope that students will perceive a benefit from the change. It can't just be stick and no carrot. There'll need to be something that they think, oh, I lose access to my messages all the time, but I gain blah, blah. Now, I don't know whether it be social or extra supplies or extra fun things that they can do, because they're giving up something they don't want to give up. I hope there will be something emotionally satisfying that they can think, okay, I'm willing to trade away some of the bad stuff and some of the good stuff for some equally or better good stuff. I just hope that results. I don't know. It's hard to change culture. It's hard to implement a mandate successfully and have actual change among the students. I'm hopeful, and I hope we don't fail as bad as some other districts are failing or gonna fail. So I just want to encourage the ones of you that are involved in this development, think of some ways that, if you were a student, put yourself in high school or middle school, what would you accept? What would you respect? They need to respect, a certain number of them need to respect it. And it doesn't have to be all of them. It maybe doesn't even need to be 75% of them. I don't know what that number is. But enough students need to respect it to bring about change. So I'm hopeful, and I hope this succeeds. Thank you.
Dr. Tilley.
Okay, the hour is late. I know. I'll keep it brief. Two things came to mind. As a parent who put my child in after-school programs when I was working when he was in elementary, I really resent the idea that there's somehow going to be a restriction on my student's access to his telephone, because if I'm running late coming off the bench or doing something, I would have been very angry not to be able to reach my fourth grader to let him know that. So be mindful of the parents' needs to communicate with their students, and be mindful that it is an after-school event, not an in-classroom event. The other thing is that consequences. I'm really mindful of the old slew of defiance suspensions that this board had to deal with, and I really don't want to be seeing students being cited for defiance, essentially, because they're failing to comply with the policy. I don't want to see them missing instruction time. I hope that the policy will have immediate consequences, as in, give me your phone now. If you don't give it to me, you're going to the campus monitor, you're going to the office. But none of this, suspended for defiant behavior. I'm sorry. I just, as a board member, it sickens me to deprive our students of time. So those are my two biases, if you will.
Dr. Hunley.
Yeah, first of all, I just wanted to thank Dr. Samuels for this thoughtful and detailed presentation on this developing policy. I think it's so important to protect our students' digital safety while at the same time making accommodations for their health and wellness as appropriate. I did have a question. Does AB 3216 require policy to address smartwatches and after-school programs?
I'm just going to see if I can pull it up really quick to see what the exact language is. As a reminder, it speaks to adopting a policy that limits or prohibits student use of smartphones while at a school site or under the supervision and control of district employees.
Any other discussion? Do you know, it's so funny. When we were all growing up, those of us who were born who are late-end baby boomers and getting into Gen X, when we were in school, we didn't have any of these. So for parents to go, oh, I can't access my child during an emergency, that goes to the school, right? So the culture has changed a lot. I was talking to the superintendent of Vallejo Unified School District, and they implemented a total ban on phones and during school. What he said to me, one in terms of one of the benefits, is that he said the students are actually talking to each other, which I think is a huge benefit, because if they're talking to each other, they're using language. And if they're speaking to each other, I think that would translate into reading and the like, and just increasing their vocabulary skills, enhancing their communication skills, conflict management, and the like. I think that's really, really beneficial. I had a question. On the college level, when there's an emergency, all the students, everybody gets text messages. I don't know if that's allowed in the K through 12, but when there's an emergency, do the students get text messages?
Not with the students' cell phones.
Oh, okay.
They all have their own, let's say, a Gmail account, but they do not. We're not linked up that way with their personal cell phone devices.
Ms. Poe, could you give us some insight into? If you'd like to, you don't have to. I'm curious. I want to know what you think.
Of course. I appreciate the emails. I don't know if I would want it straight to my phone, being that I would freak out even more. So having the email gives a little bit of delay. And obviously, I'm pretty sure I'm in a safe spot, or else we would be evacuated. So I'm very appreciative of the emails. They help.
Any other discussion? Sure.
Yeah, sure. I'll be brief. Just want to thank Alana and staff for doing the work that you do. Let me be nerdy for a second. In my master's program right now, and I'm currently going over survey design, so it was very nice to see my professor's rubric as I went through this survey, so well done.
Wow. Thank you so much. Oh, Dr. Duarte.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment that my son is in high school right now. He actually goes to early college. And he loves his cell phone. I mean, he's on his cell phone day and night. But when he's at school, he's not allowed to have his phone. And it's probably no secret, I also teach at Solano College. So I'm in campus all the time, and I get to see him. And when he doesn't have his phone, he's interacting with other students. He's doing things that he doesn't do at home. He's doing it in school. He's talking with friends. He's playing volleyball, he's active. So I think the policy works. It said, at home I cannot take him off his phone, but in school, he leaves it aside by himself because he finds a reward of actually not being on the phone and being able to be with others. So I think it's a great policy.
Any discussion? You know, Dr. Duarte, you and I teaching at Solano College, I remember when there was a time when we would have to come out of our classrooms and tell students to be quiet in the hallway. Now you don't have to, there's no noise because everybody's on their cell phone. But slowly but surely, I'm finding more students talking, and I said they're encouraged to talk, so I'm hearing more noise in the hallways, which is really encouraging, so hopefully this will translate to that, yeah? Any more discussion? Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to 19D, Employee Organization Reports, ESUDA, APA, CSEA, and FISMA. I believe we have Vice President Kiana Thomas, who you have the floor. Vice President of CSEA. Thanks for hanging us, man.
Yeah. Okay. Good evening, Superintendent Patero and members of the governing board. My name is Kiana Thomas, and I'm here to speak on behalf of CSEA, Chapter 302. We are a week out from Thanksgiving, and it seems appropriate to talk about the things we are thankful for: our members, our community, and the leadership who supports our members to succeed. Our members are a core part of what keeps our district running and able to support our community. Our cafeteria workers come in to make sure our students have breakfast and lunch. Our maintenance and custodial workers keep our buildings, grounds, keep our buildings, grounds, and HVAC clean and running for everyone. Our paraeducators support students with behavioral needs, and our office employees support the work of each school and department, often being the first person our community interacts with. We see our district as a group effort, where student success is achieved through the work of all district employees, and the work of our employees is supported by associations and leadership working together to make decisions, resolve issues, and help everyone succeed. As we move into the winter months, we look forward to continuing this work and supporting our community in every way we can. Thank you for your time.
I want to tell you, I think it was the people who work in the cafeteria. There's a person who identifies herself as a favorite lunch lady. Her name is Sarah Kurtz. They have a really nice presence on social media. She's always giving us information on what's going on in the cafeteria. So thank you all for what you do in terms of informing the public through social media and what you're doing. Any other discussion? Any other reports? Ms. Williamson? No? Okay. Moving on to student board member reports. Ms. Polk, you have the floor.
Good evening, everyone. As we are on our way out for our first big break of the school year, here are some updates I'd love to talk about the district and all we've been doing as students leading up to this moment. Since last month, Student Advisory Council has been working hard at identifying our school year's focus, which is to evolve the educational model to better match real-world needs, integrate innovations, tools, and methods, and bring in more hands-on learning and real-life experiences. Our goal is to have students not only wanting to graduate, but to thrive after they do graduate. It's been truly inspiring knowing and seeing students wanting to make a change and having a voice while doing it. The Student Advisory Council has continued to grow over each meeting and at least sees 2 to 3 more students every time. As we look ahead, I want to especially address our seniors. I know many of us are feeling a lot of pressure right now between finishing our classes, applying to colleges, figuring out financial aid, preparing for life after high school. It's a lot to juggle. We got this. Academically, many schools are preparing for the end of the semester. We've seen tutoring programs, after-school study halls, and intervention supports getting busier as students are getting ready for finals. A lot of students have shared that they appreciate having more structured support, and I hope to continue encouraging these opportunities across the district. With the holiday season approaching, I also want to highlight student wellness. This is the time of the year that can be stressful between grades, sports, work, and family responsibilities. Schools have been doing a great job promoting mental health resources. And I hope we continue to build spaces where students feel comfortable reaching out when they need support. As we are in November, fall sports are ending and winter sports are beginning to compete. I would just like to say for all the seniors that played in a fall sport, congratulations for getting through your season. I know I'm going to miss mine a lot. As we move into the rest of the school year, I'm committed to continuing this work with Student Advisory Council and all of you. My time on this board will be well spent making sure students feel represented, supported, and prepared for the world beyond high school. Thank you for giving me the privilege to serve, and happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Congratulations. Wow. Item 28, written report from Mr. Flynn on the report on workforce housing workshop. There is no presentations or board discussion. Mr. Flynn. Mr. Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you. I know it's late, so I'm going to keep it extremely brief. just two things I wanted to highlight on my report that were very impactful is there was a quote that only from CSBA, approximately 1 in 5 homes available for purchase was affordable on the average teacher salary in 2016, down from 1 in 3 in 2012, and those numbers were from 2016. I think we all know how the housing crisis has gotten extremely worse since then. Anything that we can do to learn more, be thoughtful, and consider the possibility of workforce housing, I think would be crucially important. I just wanted to share for those of us who are colleagues who are going to the Annual Education Convention in a couple weeks, there are several sessions where you can learn more and connect with leaders, and also an opportunity, I believe, coming up in February, where you can go to San Mateo and tour a completed workforce housing project, and you can see the benefits of this hard work. It definitely takes a lot of time and dedication, but the rewards of it are incredible. And the last thing I'll say about this is that in my report, you will find a link to a tool from the University of California, Berkeley's Center for Cities and Schools, where you can look up any school district in the state, including our own, and take a look at our properties, take a look at which might be viable, and to learn more. And it really brings it home. So I would definitely share that and encourage. Sure, I am going to be trying to do some more research and learning about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Tilley?
No, I just want to say you did.
San Francisco Unified School District, I believe they created teacher housing. That was 20 years in the making. They just got it last year. That was so beneficial. I believe they had like a 5-year plan where they can stay there for 5 years and then move on. I'm going to need to stop talking. Mr. Speed needs to go home. Let's see, subcommittee reports. 21A, Municipal Facilities Subcommittee meeting held on November 4th. Is there any discussion? No discussion? Item B, written report minutes from the Governance Subcommittee meeting held on November 6, 2025. There's no presentation there, any public speakers. There's no public speakers, any board discussion. All right. Ooh, 22, please, everybody be safe. Whatever you're having with your turkey, be kind to your families. Meeting adjourned, Mr. Speed. You can get home. Sorry we had to keep you so late.